Chapter 442. With his eyes closed, Ling Xiao could see a ferocious golden flying dragon standing in front of him. Its enormous body was as large as a mountain, and it could easily crush him to death. His face was pale. His soul stood in front of the mountain-like golden flying dragon, trying his best to calm himself down. Roar! The terrifying roar sounded again. The golden flying dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. I definitely can't retreat. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth. In his soul illusion, he stood there, allowing the enormous beast to attack him. Not only did he not retreat, he slowly took a step forward. The terrifying berserk consciousness caused him to have a splitting headache. In that instant, he really wanted to give up. He felt that if he didn't give up, his head would explode. But he couldn't give up. He knew that if he gave up, his soul would be swallowed up by the berserk consciousness. From then on, he would no longer be himself. He would only become a bloodthirsty monster. Continue forward. Enduring the immense pain, Ling Xiao's soul began to gradually suppress the berserk consciousness. In his soul illusion, his body gradually grew bigger, and the golden flying dragon became smaller. At this moment, the resistance of the berserk consciousness became the strongest. Looking from the outside, Ling Xiao's ears and eyes were already bleeding. That was a sign that his brain was damaged. But Ling Xiao still didn't retreat. The pain made him even more determined. He was thinking, what if the one standing in front of him was a real golden flying dragon? At that time, he wouldn't have the chance to give up. If he wasn't strong enough, he would only die. He wouldn't have any chance to protect his loved ones. So he had to persevere. Only by persevering could he become stronger. Boom! Finally, after a full 15 minutes, the berserk consciousness was completely destroyed. The golden flying dragon's shadow also disappeared. Ling Xiao felt truly terrified. This was just a remnant consciousness, and it was already so terrifying. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he would really have to give up today. Otherwise, he would inevitably be swallowed up by the berserk consciousness. He had become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. By the time the crazed and bloodthirsty consciousness had completely disappeared, Ling Xiao's entire body was drenched in sweat, and his face was covered in blood. "Are you all right, kid?" Yuan Venerate asked, worriedly. "It's nothing. It's just some external injuries." Ling Xiao circulated the heavenly dragon golden body, and the damaged parts of his brain were quickly repaired. He got some water from the mountain river world and washed his face. Only then did he let out a long breath of turbid air. Although a battle of the soul wasn't as direct as a real battle, it was far more thrilling than a real battle. "Master, I've already successfully erased the violent consciousness within these 2 refining formation stones. I should be qualified to cultivate this golden dragon wings now, right?" After resting for a while, Ling Xiao asked excitedly, "It's done, but you still have to be careful. In fact, rather than calling it cultivation, it's more like implanting the divine text of the golden wyvern into your body. It's a very risky thing to do, and the success rate is less than 10%. That's why very few people would do it." Yuan Venerate replied, "No way. 10% success rate. Doesn't that mean I'm dead meat?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. With me around, this 10% success rate can be increased to 90%. In the end, it still depends on how familiar a person is with the refinement method," Yuan Venerate said with a smile. "I'm not bragging, but in terms of refinement method and alchemy method, I'm ranked in the top 5 in the entire mystic world." "Master, you seem to have said that a little too much." "Ahem. So what if I've said it? You don't seem to believe me. You'll know how amazing I am in a while." Yuan Venerate coughed twice. "Hee hee. How can I not believe you, Master? Of course I believe you. Although Ling Xiao didn't know Yuan Venerate's background, he trusted him very much. This was the feeling he had after spending some time with him. He had always believed that his intuition wouldn't deviate too much. All right, since you believe me, then do your best to condense your true energy wings. As for the rest, just leave it to me. You've already experienced the torture of your soul. Next, you'll have to experience physical pain. It might be so painful that you'll wish you were dead. Are you sure you want to continue? Yuan Venerate asked. Is there a need to ask? Let's begin. To Ling Xiao, the pain in his soul was several times more excruciating than the pain in his body. If he could endure the pain in his soul, how could he not endure the pain in his body? That would be too useless. According to the description on the bamboo scroll and the chant of the 9 meridian aura sword, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and circulated his vital energy. A pair of exquisite vital energy wings quickly appeared on his back. However, these wings were purely an outer appearance. They didn't have any flying effects. What was about to happen next was the key. It's about to begin. Bear with it. Yuan Venerate's voice rang out as he released the divine text from one of the refining array stones. These resplendent words were injected into the vital energy wings on Ling Xiao's right. In that instant, the quintessential essence wings gradually grew larger and more corporeal. The originally nearly transparent wings turned into black dragon wings. Furthermore, there were golden inscriptions on the dragon wings. Ling Xiao suddenly let out a miserable shriek. The moment the dragon wings started to form, his back felt like it had been torn apart. The pain was so excruciating that he nearly fainted. However, he didn't faint. Just as he had said, he had already endured the pain of his soul. So what was the point of enduring the pain of his body? The tearing pain lasted for a full 60 breaths of time, and he had already crushed the stone in his mouth into powder. In order to prevent his tongue from being bitten off, he threw a hard rock into his mouth. Ordinary tree branches simply wouldn't work. This was mainly because his teeth were too sharp. They weren't inferior to treasure-grade artifacts at all. Hold on a little longer. There's still one more. Yuan Venerate exhorted. Master, feel free to do it. I'm fine now. After experiencing something like this once, he wasn't so afraid anymore. When the left wing grew out, it was in the same amount of pain, but it didn't cry out. It didn't even bite anything. He became very calm. Only cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. It's done. The Yuan Venerate looked at his disciple in admiration. Brat, you're really a tough guy. You can even endure this. I thought you would faint during the process. Ling Xiao's ability to endure pain had far exceeded Yuan Venerate's expectations. He had originally thought about using some methods to alleviate his disciple's pain. Chapter 443. I've suffered worse than this, so this is nothing. Ling Xiao smiled weakly. Upon hearing this, the Yuan Venerate couldn't help but show sympathy and pity. This child was only 14 years old this year. What exactly had he gone through to experience more pain than this? This child was really pitiful. Ling Xiao obviously didn't know what his master was thinking. He took out an elixir pill to recover his strength and swallowed it before sitting down cross-legged to meditate for a moment. The pain in his body had completely disappeared, and even his exhaustion was basically gone. At this time, he had time to turn around and look at the wings on his back. The golden dragon wings were more beautiful than he had imagined, but they weren't as big as the wings of the golden light flying dragon. However, it was indeed inconvenient to have them too big. About 6 meters was enough. The golden inscriptions on the black wings were particularly eye-catching. Master, can you put this thing away? Otherwise, it's too eye-catching. Ling Xiao tried to put away the golden dragon wings according to the method of putting away the 9 meridians aura soared as he spoke. Success. He hadn't expected that it would actually succeed. From the outside, there was no sign of the golden dragon wings at all. When he used his quintessential essence to condense the quintessential essence wings, the golden dragon wings appeared again without the slightest bit of pain. It really felt very convenient. "Master, I'll go out and try." After Ling Xiao said that, he put away the golden dragon wings and scurried out of the cave, directly jumping down from the mountainside. In that instant, the golden dragon wings unfolded. Ling Xiao felt as if he had become the freest existence in the world. He soared in the sky like a bird. This feeling was really too strange. It was as if the entire scenery had changed. Unfortunately, although the golden dragon wings consumed much less quintessential essence than a flying-type martial soul at his cultivation level, he could still only maintain flight for a maximum of 60 breaths. After that, he would have to replenish his quintessential essence. Of course, this was only under the condition that he was carrying the array refining stone. If he removed the array refining stone, he felt that the flight time could be increased by at least 10 times. That was about 600 breaths of time, which was 10 minutes. This was already much better than just gliding. Even an expert of the celestial realm could not stay in the air for more than 10 minutes. In other words, Ling Xiao was now relying on the golden dragon wings. Purely in terms of flight speed and altitude, he would not lose to a celestial realm expert. If you want to travel freely between heaven and earth, then you'll have to at least raise your cultivation to the upper middle stage of the celestial realm. Otherwise, you'll only be able to increase your flying time and distance, and you won't be able to fly freely. Yuan Venerate said, "It's all right, Master. Even so, I'm already very satisfied. After all, to me, being able to fly is already a huge advantage." Ling Xiao was not a greedy person. It was already not easy to obtain the golden dragon wings, so why force it? For the next half a day, Ling Xiao basically tried to fuse golden dragon wings and cloud dragon divine travel into one. In this way, he could also borrow the speed of the golden light dragon wings in battle, which would increase his combat strength by a lot. By relying on his superb comprehension, he had already completely mastered the combination of the golden light dragon wings and the cloud dragon divine travel by the time the sky turned dark. Although this could not be considered a fusion, it was already very good to be able to combine them to a near-perfect state. This was equivalent to the cloud dragon divine travel combined with the golden light dragon wings. The sudden burst of speed was absolutely astonishing. At night, Ling Xiao returned to the cave. After eating something, he was ready to start refining pills. However, he happened to see the words on the ice bed and remembered that he still had an important task to complete. However, after carefully reading the words, he discovered that it was a very awkward riddle. Even his mountain river martial soul could not decipher this riddle in a short time. However, he had a feeling that this was not some martial art secret manual, but a secret from tens of thousands of years ago. "Master, can you guess the answer to this riddle?" Ling Xiao turned to the Yuan Venerate and asked. "Secret dragon language." The Yuan Venerate suddenly said, "Master, you can tell?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. "That's right. The answer to this riddle is the secret dragon language. It points to the whereabouts of one of the 9 great dragon souls of the primordial era, the primordial era dragon soul." The Yuan Venerate answered, "What do the 9 great dragon souls of the primordial era mean?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "Some time ago, I sensed a terrifying dragon aura in the Moonlight Pagoda. If I'm not wrong, it is the aura produced by one of the 9 great dragon souls of the primordial era," the Yuan Venerate explained. The so-called 9 great dragon souls of the primordial era are the martial souls condensed after the deaths of the 9 great primordial divine dragons that controlled the entire mystic realm before the human monarch was born. The 9 great primordial divine dragons that controlled the mystic realm could actually die? Ling Xiao asked in shock. The birth of the human race's sacred dynasty was based on the corpses of the primordial era beasts. In order to survive, humans had to resist the powerful primordial era beasts. The 9 great primordial divine dragons once fought a great battle with the 12 top powerhouses led by the human monarch. In the end, the 9 great primordial divine dragons and the 12 top powerhouses of the human race died at the same time. After more than 100,000 years, their souls should have all become martial souls, the Yuan Venerate explained. However, the martial souls of the 12 top powerhouses were all inherited by the sovereigns of the 12 continents of the mystic world and belonged to owners. Only the martial soul of the great primordial divine dragon is considered a target for competition. Ling Xiao was a little excited. He had obtained the corpse of the primordial golden dragon, but not the dragon soul of the primordial golden dragon. However, this didn't matter. He believed that as long as he grasped this clue, it was absolutely possible to cultivate a powerful dragon soul of the primordial golden dragon. Master, what are the 9 great dragon souls? Ling Xiao asked. The primordial dragon soul of the primordial dragon, the primordial true Yuan dragon, the primordial time dragon, the primordial azure sky dragon, the primordial earth dragon, the primordial illusion dragon, the primordial nature dragon, the primordial 5 elements dragon, and the primordial hell dragon. There was no primordial golden dragon? Ling Xiao was stunned. However, based on what the Yuan Venerate had said, the primordial golden dragon should be one of the primordial dragon martial souls. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Master, what is the primordial golden dragon? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. You actually know about the primordial golden dragon? Where exactly did you read about the primordial golden dragon? Chapter 444. Doesn't that mean that it's even more powerful than the 9 great primordial divine dragons? Ling Xiao felt as if he had jumped out of the abyss and was extremely excited. It's the Dragon King of the primordial dragon race, so it's only natural that it's stronger than the other divine dragons, the Yuan Venerate explained. Recently, it's been rumored that the dragon souls of the 9 great primordial divine dragons have appeared and are being fought over by the experts in the mystic world. If we can find the primordial dragon soul, it will undoubtedly be a huge improvement for you. Is the primordial dragon soul very powerful? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. Is there a need to ask? The primordial dragon soul represents the original world. Obtaining this kind of dragon soul is equivalent to mastering the ability to create space and use space power. Coupled with the powerful strength of the dragon race itself, it will be very terrifying. The Yuan Venerate spoke very seriously. Ling Xiao couldn't help but nod when he heard this. He had only obtained the corpse of the primordial golden dragon, yet he could already use the human dragon form and the primordial golden dragon form. He could also use the dragon's might, which was much stronger than ordinary martial souls. Furthermore, the primordial dragon soul actually represented the power of space. Space and time had always been the 2 terrifying powers that martialists had pursued since ancient times. Although they couldn't override nomological laws, they were still very heaven-defying. If one could obtain these 2 powers, they would probably be immortal. Master, can we find the primordial dragon soul based on the riddle left behind by this senior? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Don't be too happy. This is only a small portion of the dragon's secret language. It's simply impossible to find the primordial dragon soul with this little information. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, if the primordial dragon soul could be obtained so easily, it wouldn't be considered a rare thing. Thus, he felt a little relieved. He had already obtained the corpse of the primordial golden dragon and used the heaven-defying effects of the mountain river martial soul to revive it. This was something that others didn't dare to imagine. So why be too greedy? You don't have to be too disappointed. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain the dragon's secret language. You are still young, and your strength is a little weak. Even if you have obtained the primeval dragon soul, it is still impossible for you to subdue it. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. A dragon soul isn't a corpse. It has the complete soul of a primordial divine dragon. One needs to be extremely powerful in order to truly subdue it. That's true. Master, what do you think will happen if I obtain the immemorial dragon soul? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. The dragon souls of the 9 great primordial divine dragons are second only to the mountain and river martial spirit. They are even stronger than the 12 immortal souls. If you can obtain one of them, then your cultivation will definitely be faster in the future, because the dragon soul inheritance will allow you to have the best aptitude in the mysterious world. The Yuan Venerate replied. Furthermore, once you possess the dragon race martial spirit, you will be able to learn the dragon race martial techniques. The dragon race martial techniques are generally more powerful and terrifying than the human race martial techniques. In particular, the human race martial techniques of the modern era are really too weak. Furthermore, after obtaining the dragon soul inheritance, you will possess the complete bloodline of the dragon race. When that happens, you will see a completely different world. Well, forget it. Your strength is still weak, so there is no point in saying all this. You will understand what I mean when your cultivation reaches a certain level. For now, you should seize the time to cultivate. Even the puny fairy Linglong has pressured you into fleeing. Your strength is still far from enough. Master, don't worry. I will trample fairy Linglong under my feet very soon. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with hatred. That woman had long been on his hit list. He definitely wouldn't let her off. By the way, Master, I actually sensed a trace of the aura of a dragon on fairy Linglong. What's going on? That woman should possess the dragon's soul. The Yuan Venerate said with certainty. The dragon soul of the 9 great primordial divine dragons. How is that possible? The Yuan Venerate shook his head. During the prehistoric times, the dragon race was the leader of all beasts. The divine dragon race was extremely powerful. Apart from the most powerful dragon king and the 9 great primordial divine dragons, there were many other types of dragons. Furthermore, it is difficult to mention the inferior dragon race, which was born from the marriage between the divine dragon race and other races. Do you mean that the dragon soul she possesses is an inferior dragon martial soul? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, this is the most likely possibility. How could a true dragon soul be so easy to obtain? Even if it isn't the dragon soul of the 9 great primordial divine dragons, it is still very difficult to obtain. Given her strength, it is only possible for her to obtain an inferior dragon martial soul. The Yuan Venerate nodded. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Ling Xiao had been thinking about how to conceal his dragon aura all this while. However, he felt that there was no need to hide it now. If he could snatch Fairy Linglong's inferior dragon martial soul, he would be able to openly use it to display the dragon race's martial techniques and dragon aura in the future. Even the golden light dragon wings could be completely explained away as an effect of the martial soul. It was simply a very good shield. The Yuan Venerate suddenly yawned and said, I can't take it anymore. Master is tired again and needs to sleep for a while. You should rest well too and refine the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir tomorrow. That thing absolutely cannot go wrong. Otherwise, the medicinal ingredients will go to waste if it fails. After saying that, he returned to the beast ring. Got it, Master? Ling Xiao planned to do the same. After refining the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir the next day, he would start a period of bitter cultivation. Very good. I didn't expect that your talent in alchemy would be so outstanding. At this rate, it will only be a matter of time before you surpass Master. The next day, Ling Xiao used a short 15 minutes to refine a perfect low-grade yellow-grade elixir, the 100-year 9 Dragons Quenching Origin Elixir. This was a high-grade elixir that was much more effective than any high-grade true origin elixir. The Yuan Venerate was full of praise for Ling Xiao's refining process because it was indeed impeccable. Master, shall I consume this elixir? Ling Xiao asked. Don't be anxious. There is only one elixir, and it has to be used at the most critical moment. You are now at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 3rd level, and are not far from breaking through to the Transcendent Realm 4th level. There is no need to waste the 9 Dragons Quenching Origin Elixir. Master wants you to use it when you are preparing to break through to the Transcendent Realm 5th level. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Break through to the Transcendent Realm 5th level. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Master, breaking through to the Transcendent Realm 5th level in less than 2 months? Won't it shock people to death? This is nothing. Don't forget that the further you cultivate, the harder it is to break through. If you have difficulty breaking through now, what will you do in the future? Furthermore, do you think this 100-year 9 Dragons Quenching Origin Elixir is a joke? If you still can't break through to the Transcendent Realm 5th level in this period of time, then Master will really doubt your martial aptitude. Chapter 445. Master, you are right. I know I was wrong. However, Master, since we are not going to consume the 9 Dragons Quenching Origin Pill, what should we do next? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Wait a moment. I will be back soon. The Yuan Venerate smiled mysteriously before scurrying out. After about half an hour, the Yuan Venerate returned. However, he was followed by more than 20 wolves. These wolves weren't big, so the cave could accommodate them. However, their strength wasn't bad, as they were all level 4 dire beasts. There were wolves ranging from low tier to peak level 4. Ling Xiao noticed that these wolves were all injured and looked very afraid when they saw the Yuan Venerate. Ling Xiao really couldn't imagine how his master, whose soul was temporarily residing in the body of the little dog, had defeated these wolves. Master, why did you bring these wolves back? Are you going to keep them as food? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Didn't you ask what you were going to do next? I have already found something for you to do. Don't tell me you want me to fight these wolves? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. If he had brought the array refining stone with him to battle with these wolves, he would be in for a hard time. The combat strength of one wolf might not be very impressive, but a pack of wolves was very scary. The combat strength of more than 20 wolves was definitely comparable to a low-tier level 5 dire beast, or even stronger. That's right, you have to fight with them. Furthermore, you have to carry the array formation stones. You can't kill them. You can only fight with them. You can choose how you want to fight. You can use your various martial techniques at any time as long as you don't die, injure, or maim them. The Yuan Venerate smiled maliciously. Master, aren't you messing with me? Ling Xiao's expression became even more bitter when he heard this. He couldn't kill, injure, or maim them. He could only fight with them. This was simply torture. You are right. This is a torturous training. But through this kind of training, your control over your Zhenyuan will reach the pinnacle. Master knows that you were already very outstanding before, but that is still not enough. As the amount of Zhen Yuan increases, you will need to constantly strengthen your training in this aspect. Yuan Venerate nodded. In addition, cultivating like this will greatly improve your true qi and combat skills. Listen to Master. After cultivating like this for a dozen or so days, you will naturally break through to the transcendent realm 4th layer. If you don't, Master will call you Master. Hearing this, Ling Xiao also became serious. How could he be afraid when a Yuan Venerate was so confident? Wasn't it just a battle with more than 20 wolves? At most, he would suffer a little. Previously, when he was practicing the golden dragon wings, he had suffered a lot more than this, but didn't he still survive? Why would he be afraid now? Your eyesight is not bad. Let's give it a try then. You must remember that a wolf pack is the best at attacking in unison. They are completely different from those scattered martial artists that you met at the Shah family castle. Yuan Venerate muttered, "Sure, let's give it a try. Who's afraid of who?" Ling Xiao nodded. Yuan Venerate smiled, faintly before looking at the wolf. "You listen up too. Kill him, and you can leave this place. Otherwise, you will have to continue fighting with him until we leave this place. If anyone tries to escape, I guarantee that your entire pack will be annihilated." Yuan Venerate was like a terrifying demon at the moment. His tone was really frightening. Sure, although the wolf couldn't speak, it was able to express its thoughts through voice transmission. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky. They had come out to hunt today and encountered a puppy. They had originally wanted to kill it and bring it back for their wolf cubs. In the end, it had been a tragedy. Who would have thought that this puppy would be so ferocious? More than 20 wolves had joined forces, but had still been defeated in one move. Therefore, they could only follow this puppy into this cave and work as laborers. Disciple, did you hear that? They won't show you any mercy. They will fight with the intention of killing you, but you won't be able to kill them. How you fight will depend on you. Yuan Venerate glanced back at Ling Xiao before lying down to rest. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He had already counted. There were a total of 22 wolves in the wolf pack. This number was indeed not small. He had never experienced such a crazy cultivation method before. Oh, right. Don't use the Sky Dragon scale armor. Once you use it, they definitely won't be able to hurt you, and the meaning of cultivation will be greatly reduced. Yuan Venerate, who was yawning, made another request. Ling Xiao hadn't intended to use it in the first place, as he had already understood the purpose of Yuan Venerate Master's training. He slowly walked towards the center of the cave. Although he was young, his height was comparable to an adult's. His body was also very sturdy. His long black hair and green robes made him look like an expert. He waved at the wolf pack and smiled. "Come on, let me see how strong your killing intent is. Don't show me any mercy, and don't worry about destroying anything in the cave. I've already collected everything valuable anyway." Awu, the leader of the wolf pack, howled before a wolf suddenly sprang out of the pack. It was a low-tier, level 4 dire beast. Obviously, the leader of the wolf pack was also testing Ling Xiao's strength. Of course, the rest of the wolf pack was ready to assist at any time. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop if he was caught off guard. They didn't intend to show any mercy. Their brains weren't as complicated as humans. They were all straightforward. Since the Yuan Venerate had said that they could kill Ling Xiao, they would definitely do so. The dire beast pounced over at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying aura of the level 4 dire beast made Ling Xiao's expression turn grave. On one hand, he was paying attention to the dire wolf that had pounced over. On the other hand, he was also paying attention to the reactions of the other dire wolves. He knew very well that he wasn't fighting one wolf, but a pack of wolves. When the dire wolf pounced over, he saw the opportunity and suddenly moved sideways before slapping the dire wolf's abdomen with his palm. He had no choice, as he couldn't kill these guys. He didn't dare use his sword for the time being, as the moment it was unsheathed, it would be stained with blood. To his surprise, the dire wolf's reaction was extremely fast. In midair, its body, which shouldn't have changed, quickly arched and accelerated in an instant. Its tail swept directly at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. The reactions of these dire wolves were much faster than many martialists of the same level. However, all of this was within his control. The mountain river martial spirit gave him outstanding insight, allowing him to predict this attack in advance. Not good. Chapter 446. Slap. Ling Xiao had thought that he could easily block the wolf's attack. However, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. The wolf's tail actually swept across his body and left a bright red mark. He hadn't been able to block it. Although he had predicted the attack, his speed wasn't as fast as the other parties. Furthermore, the wolf's tail was soft and hard to block completely. As a result, Ling Xiao was injured. Interesting. Despite being injured, Ling Xiao didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he became even more excited. Only a challenging training would be interesting. Otherwise, what was the point of training? Once he was injured, there would be a chain reaction. A few wolves took advantage of this opportunity to pounce on him and bite him. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, his body was already riddled with injuries. Yuan Venerate didn't stop them. He just looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Your insight is very frightening, but it won't be of any use if you don't have speed and reflexes to complement it. Remember, what you see with your eyes is always a step too late. What you have to practice now is to rely on your senses to avoid attacks and use your muscles and quintessential origin energy to capture the opponent's attack. There is a technique to using quintessential origin energy called Earth Vision and Sky Hearing, or more accurately, quintessential origin ball. Quintessential origin energy is released to form a quintessential origin ball around the body. As long as the quintessential origin energy touches something, it will immediately be reflected back to the martialist. Try it now. Keep releasing your quintessential origin energy. This will consume a lot of quintessential origin energy, but if you persist for a long time, you won't need to look anymore. In the future, no one will be able to launch a sneak attack on you. Furthermore, your quintessential origin energy will adapt to this situation and gradually become more vigorous. In a narrow cave, there were 22 wounded level 4 dire beasts, windtail wolves. The walls of the cave were full of claw marks and fist marks. What had originally been a perfectly fine place now looked as if it had experienced hundreds of fierce battles. In the middle of the cave, Ling Xiao's smooth skin was flickering with golden light. However, there were still many bloody marks and claw marks. One could even see the bite marks of teeth. However, these marks hadn't been able to break through his skin and muscles, so they hadn't caused much damage to him. The battle with the wind-tailed wolf had already lasted for half a month. In this half a month, Ling Xiao increased the refining array stone from 3,000 gene to 2,500 gene. He constantly faced the crazy and cruel attacks of the wind-tailed wolves. The scars on his body were from more than 10 days ago. In the first few days, Ling Xiao was constantly injured, and sometimes the injuries were very serious. Once his arm was directly bitten off by the wind-tailed wolf leader. A wind-tailed wolf took the opportunity to smash his ribs with its claws. However, even under such circumstances, the Yuan Venerate did not help. Ling Xiao did not remove the array refining stone. In the end, he still managed to pull through. After 4 or 5 days of fighting, he gradually became more at ease. In these 10 days, the wounds on his body were getting fewer and fewer. At most, he would be scratched by the claws of the wind-tailed wolf. It was basically impossible for him to be seriously injured. A sword also appeared in his hand. At this moment, he could already precisely control the output of his true essence. Even if he was holding a sword, he could ensure that the wind-tailed wolf wouldn't be killed, seriously injured, or crippled. At first, the Yuan Venerate found 22 wind-tailed wolves. However, only 10 of them actually participated in the attack. This was also a decision that the Yuan Venerate had made after the first battle. If 22 wind-tailed wolves had really attacked together, Ling Xiao would have been dead. From 10 to 12, the number of wind-tailed wolves slowly increased. Now, when 22 wind-tailed wolves attacked together, Ling Xiao could easily deal with them. In the tunnel, the Yuan Venerate, who had been resting outside for the past few days, suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't help but nod his head when he saw the relaxed Ling Xiao with a smile on his face. "It's about time." The Yuan Venerate smiled and waved his claw a few times at the 22 wind-tailed wolves. In an instant, the injuries of the 22 wind-tailed wolves healed, and they actually erupted with twice as much strength as before. "Disciple, I'm not afraid to tell you that I was afraid that you would really be killed, so I sealed half of their strength. Now, it seems like there's no need for that. As long as you can defeat these 22 wind-tailed wolves at their full strength, this training session will be over." The Yuan Venerate grinned. Ling Xiao had actually sensed this as well, especially after his cultivation base had advanced to the early stage Transcendent Fourth Level 5 days ago. These 22 wind-tailed wolves weren't at their full strength. However, he hadn't asked his master at the time. In his opinion, his master naturally had his own reasons for doing so. Now it had come true. Earth watching, sky listening. Ling Xiao didn't dare be negligent. His true essence suddenly formed a huge true essence ball around his body before expanding continuously until it enveloped the entire cave. It had another name, True Essence Ball. It was really too vivid. Inside this true essence ball that was filled with true essence, nothing could escape his grasp. Here it comes. The 22 wind-tailed wolves attacked at almost the same time. That wind-tailed wolf was a bit slower than the rest. It knew very well that after half a month of training, Ling Xiao had not only adapted to this kind of battle, but his cultivation base had also broken through. He was definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Therefore, the only way to kill Ling Xiao was to use their brains. The first wind-tailed wolf's attack was easily dodged by Ling Xiao. Even though he was carrying a 2,500 kilogram array refining stone, Ling Xiao could now move as fast as flying and dodge the attacks easily. He could even use the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel. This was a huge improvement. The second and third wind-tailed wolf cooperated and attacked from close to the ground. Ling Xiao poured true essence into his legs, and 2 chi swords shot out from the soles of his feet, sending the 2 wind-tailed wolves flying. 4th head, 5th head, 6th head, more and more wind-tailed wolves attacked at the same time. Most importantly, they had all recovered their original strength and were more than twice as strong as before. Originally, these wind-tailed wolves had really intended to take revenge and kill Ling Xiao. They weren't a match for a Yuan Venerate, so they could only vent their anger on Ling Xiao. However, the situation was completely beyond their expectations. Ling Xiao was actually able to dodge or block their attacks one by one. He was even able to counterattack. The attacks of the 21 wind-tailed wolves were all stopped. Only the wind-tailed wolf king's attack was left. Ling Xiao wasn't very satisfied. He felt that his 12 golden lotus arts needed to be improved. This set of internal cultivation techniques had been stuck at the 3rd level for too long. As a result, He couldn't help but try to break through every time his true essence was exhausted during the battle. Perhaps he could do it after consuming the 100-year 9-dragon quenching origin pill. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He decided to end this challenge as soon as possible. Chapter 447. Come on, Alpha Wolf! A peak 4th-level dire beast was comparable to an early-stage transcendent realm 5th-level cultivator. Its actual combat ability might even be stronger. 80% of the injuries on Ling Xiao's body had been caused by it. This time, he didn't intend to hide. He wanted to fight this wolf head-on. 9 Meridian Chi Sword, wolf-shaped sword. Ling Xiao roared angrily, for Chi swords appeared in his hands. During this period of training, it wasn't just his cultivation that had increased. Even the 9 Meridian's Chi sword had made great progress. He now had 4 Chi swords. At the same time, the Sword Soul Doppelganger had also cultivated soul dice to the 2nd level, and the power of all its abilities had increased once again. The Shadow Form sword art had improved even faster, and had already condensed 6 Sword Shadow Doppelganger. 2 of them were Sword Soul Doppelganger with Sword Martial Souls, while the other 4 had yet to find a suitable martial soul. The wolf-shaped sword, as the name implied, was a sharp sword that resembled a wolf. This was a method that Ling Xiao had comprehended during his half a month of battle with the wind-tailed wolves. The wolf-shaped sword had a total of 22 moves. Each move was created based on a wind-tailed wolf. The strengths of each move were different, but each had its own unique characteristics. This move was created based on the attacks of the wind-tailed wolf leader. Thus, to be precise, it should be called Wolf-Shaped Sword King. The wild wolf formed by the Chi swords clashed with the real wind-tailed wolf leader. The 2 sides were in a deadlock in the middle of the cave. True yuan scattered in the air, causing a gust of wind to blow. Lose for me. Ling Xiao roared as his true yuan gushed out. The wind-tailed wolf leader barely managed to hold on for a moment before it was pierced in the throat by the sword. Just as the wolf was about to be killed, Ling Xiao lightly shook his hand, and the terrifying sword Qi blasted into the cave wall, piercing a wolf-shaped dent in it. I said that I wouldn't kill you if you cultivated with me. Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Although he knew very well that these wind-tailed wolves really wanted to kill him, this was a Yuan Venerate's request. He couldn't let them cultivate with him for half a month, only to break his promise first. Master, can we let them go now? Ling Xiao put on his clothes and asked with a smile. He sat there, took out a bottle of middle-grade True Elemental Dawn, and directly poured them into his mouth. Previously, he had stored over 100 bottles of middle-grade True Elemental Dawn in his Mountain River world. Now, there were only 3 or 4 bottles left. During the training process, every time he stopped training, the true essence in his body would be exhausted. At this time, when he took the True Elemental Dan, his body would simply absorb it like a hungry thirst. The help it provided to him was simply too great. This was also the reason why he was able to break through to the transcendent realm 4th layer in just 10 days. Mid-rank true essence pills were relatively simple to refine, but Yang Kai wouldn't need them in the near future. After breaking through to the 4th layer of the transcendent realm, it would be best for him to take high-rank true essence pills to restore his true chi. You can leave now. Yuan Venerate waved his claws. The leader of the wind-tailed wolves nodded at him before nodding at Ling Xiao. Although half a month of sparring had been very tiring, the leader of the wind-tailed wolves actually felt faint signs of a breakthrough. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for a vicious beast like it to break through. It hadn't expected to actually obtain such benefits. Furthermore, the way Ling Xiao fought made it feel that this kid's temperament was very compatible with that of the wind-tailed wolves. Little brother, If you have any use for us wing-tailed wolves in the future, just let us know." After sending the voice transmission, the leader of the wind-tailed wolves left with its group of subordinates. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, but he had already entered a state of cultivation. This was a habit he had developed over the past half a month. After training, his body's true essence would be exhausted, and he would take a large number of true elemental dawn. The effects of his cultivation would be more outstanding than usual. The thirst for power in his meridians was more greedy than ever. As Ling Xiao completely entered a state of cultivation, his breathing became even. The spiritual energy in the air lingered around his body, and when it came into contact with his body, it was as if it had come into contact with desert water and was instantly swallowed. The situation inside his body was basically the same. The true essence that seeped out of the true elemental dawn was also completely swallowed up by his body. This kind of cultivation effect couldn't be achieved even with the help of the mountain and river martial soul in the past, but now it could be achieved easily. This was the benefit of having an old monster as a master. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really didn't know how long it would take him to completely figure out such a good cultivation method. This was the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, so the spiritual energy there was very abundant. In addition, Ling Xiao had also chosen a very good cultivation location, so a large amount of spiritual energy seemed to have found a fun place and kept pouring in from the outside before merging into Ling Xiao's body. The spiritual energy around his body was getting thicker and thicker, and it seemed like he couldn't absorb it completely even if he kept absorbing it. This is a sign of a breakthrough. Yuan Venerate also noticed this and was really happy for Ling Xiao. He was also very surprised. 5 days ago, Ling Xiao had just broken through to the early stage transcendent 4th level, but now he was actually about to break through again. Although it was only a small breakthrough from the early stage transcendent 4th level to the mid-stage transcendent 4th level, it was still very rare. After all, this was the transcendent realm. It seemed like it was time to take the 100-year 9 Dragons quenching origin pill. Ling Xiao's current body had a very strong thirst for energy. If he took the 100-year 9 Dragons quenching origin pill now, he would definitely be able to break through to the transcendent 5th level in one fell swoop if things went well. Advancing from the mid-stage transcendent 4th level to the transcendent 5th level was a continuous leap of several small realms. Only Ling Xiao's current situation and the 9 Dragons quenching origin pill could achieve this. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, his cultivation was already at the mid-stage transcendent 4th level. Take the 100-year 9 Dragons quenching origin pill and continue cultivating. Seize this rare opportunity and don't miss it. Yuan Venerate didn't explain anything. He believed that Ling Xiao would understand what he meant. Ling Xiao froze for a moment before nodding his head. He indeed understood what Yuan Venerate meant. Currently, he didn't need to consolidate his cultivation base. After so many days of training, his body, true Yuan, and soul had already adapted to the impact of a higher cultivation base. Therefore, he just needed to improve his cultivation base. As he thought of this, he took out the 100-year 9 Dragons quenching origin pill and popped it into his mouth. When the pill entered his abdomen, he instantly felt a burning sensation and a pain that felt like his internal organs were being torn apart. However, this was a piece of cake for him. The pain he had experienced during his previous cultivation was far worse than this. He had already endured it. So what was this pain? The 100-year 9 Dragons quenching origin pill was like a treasure that attracted the surrounding spirit chi even more. As a result, more and more spirit chi poured into the cave from all directions and entered Ling Xiao's body. Chapter 448. Within his body, The energy of the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir was constantly transforming his martial veins and merging with them. Outside his body, a large amount of energy attracted by the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir was constantly flowing into his body. While it was tempering his body, it was also merging with his true energy. Ling Xiao's cultivation base was rising at a terrifying speed. Late-stage Transcendent Realm 4th level. Peak Transcendent Realm 4th level. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot out from his pitch-black pupils. After exhaling slowly, Ling Xiao looked excitedly at the Yuan Venerate, who was still lying there lazily with a childlike smile on his face. Early-stage Transcendent Realm 5th level. I actually managed to break through. Ling Xiao himself was a little surprised. The breakthrough this time had actually been so easy. It had simply been a matter of course, and there hadn't been any sluggishness. This should be the reason why his cultivation method was correct. The energy of the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir hadn't just allowed his cultivation base to break through. It had also allowed his 12 golden lotus arts to finally comprehend the 4th type of power, lightning, and successfully break through to the 4th level. Wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. Combined with these 4 types of power, he could infuse the Snow Lotus Sword art and the 9 Meridians Blade art with new vitality, and allow them to unleash attacks that were even stronger than before. Upon seeing this, the Yuan Venerate's eyes were filled with gratification and surprise. In the past, the Yuan Venerate hadn't been familiar with Ling Xiao, so he hadn't had a complete understanding of Ling Xiao. However, he now understood that this kid's aptitude was so good that it made people jealous. He had really taken in an excellent disciple. After breaking through to early-stage Transcendent Realm 5th level, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. Instead, he started to consolidate his current cultivation base. During this period, he didn't split his sword's soul clone to cultivate because he didn't want to distract himself. After all, the breakthrough this time was too big. He had to concentrate on comprehending this kind of power after the breakthrough. This way, he would be able to better control and use it. 5 days later, Ling Xiao once again opened his eyes from his bitter cultivation. His cultivation had now completely consolidated at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 5th layer. Even if he was seriously injured, as long as he didn't die, his cultivation wouldn't drop. Of course, more importantly, he had almost completely mastered the power of this stage. In the dangerous Dragon Submission Mountain range, Ling Xiao was walking slowly. If there was someone with a high cultivation, they would be able to see that there was a huge vital essence ball formed from vital essence within a radius of tens of meters around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not need to look. As long as the true essence ball touched a place, his mind would immediately receive the information. This was even faster than using his eyes to see. The main reason he came out this time was to find some materials to refine a high-grade Jinyuan Dan. In the past few days, in order to consolidate his cultivation, he had already eaten all the few high-grade true elemental dawn he had on him. That wouldn't do. Although the high-grade true elemental Dan was not very helpful for cultivation, it was the most suitable Dan for restoring true essence. Based on Ling Xiao's habits, he would be embarrassed to go out without at least 1,000 true elemental dawn. No matter how much true essence a martialist had, there would be a time when it would be exhausted. Even if Ling Xiao could use the Mountain River martial soul to devour his opponent's true essence, he would not be able to do so. The problem was that most of the time, he wasn't fighting. Instead, he was cultivating. How could he absorb the true essence of ghosts at this time? He could only rely on true elemental dawn to replenish it. Alchemy wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. With the Mountain River martial soul, he could refine any kind of Dan. Even Yuan venerates didn't know this. However, the higher the grade of the Dan, the harder it was to find the formula. Even if Ling Xiao knew how to refine Dan, it would be useless if he didn't have the pill formula and ingredients. Therefore, the Dan he could refine now was something he had seen and used before. As long as it had been used before, the Mountain River Martial Soul would be able to quickly analyze its composition and deduce the pill formula. This matter was too heaven-defying, so Ling Xiao didn't dare tell his master. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Refining a high-grade, true elemental Dan required one of the most crucial herbs. It was irreplaceable, but it was also the most difficult to find. It was very difficult to obtain in the secular world. This kind of herb could only be found in the Dragon Submission mountain range. The other supplementary materials weren't cheap either. However, they could still be bought. This key ingredient was called spirit black grass. Refining a high-grade, true elemental Dan only required a mysterious spirit herb that was about 100 years old. There were mysterious spirit herbs that were less than 100 years old in the secular world. Unfortunately, they could only be used to refine middle-grade and low-grade true elemental dawn. There were many mysterious spirit herbs in the mystic world, but those that were more than 100 years old were relatively rare. They usually grew deep in the mountains and forests and were often guarded by terrifying demonic beasts, dire beasts, and even evil beasts. This was because these beasts also knew that consuming the mysterious spirit herb could increase their true essence. However, no matter how difficult it was to obtain it, Ling Xiao had to obtain it. This was for himself and not for others. Relying on the Mountain River Martial Spirit, Ling Xiao had basically determined the places where the mysterious spirit herbs grew. However, to find mysterious spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old, he still had to rely on the earth vision and sky hearing to search at close range. The reason why he walked slowly was because the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range were filled with danger. He didn't want to be ambushed and killed by some ferocious beast just because his mind was filled with the Xianling grass. That would be an unjust death. As long as he sensed the presence of a dire beast, no matter if it was weak or strong, he would try his best to avoid it. After all, his purpose for coming out this time wasn't to fight, but to find herbs. He couldn't delay his business because of fighting. With his outstanding observation skills and the earth vision and sky hearing ability, there were basically no battles along the way. All the dire beasts were easily avoided by him. Finally, he let out a long sigh because he had reached his destination. This was a basin. There were all kinds of strange flowers and herbs growing in the basin. However, mysterious spirit herbs accounted for more than half of them. It was a pity that most of the mysterious spirit herbs were less than 100 years old. He simply kept them in the Mountain River Martial Spirit world. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect also needed vital elemental pills. Now that they were his own sect, they might become his important fighting force in the future. He definitely had to nurture them well. Things that other small sects didn't have, he definitely had to obtain for his own sect. Suddenly, his figure paused. Among the countless jade-green mysterious spirit herbs, there was one stalk that was extremely special. Although in terms of appearance, it wasn't much different from other mysterious spirit herbs. It was just a little brighter and bigger. However, if it was a martial artist, they would realize that the spiritual chi contained in this stalk of mysterious spirit herb far surpassed other mysterious spirit herbs that were less than 100 years old. On the leaves, there were even some veins that seemed to have signs of forming holy scriptures. Chapter 449. Hee, my luck is not bad. It's actually a 600-year-old spirit grass. The quality of the high-grade, true elemental dawn, refined from this thing, will naturally be better, and the quantity will also be higher. Novel. Ling Xiao revealed a look of excitement. One had to know that this spirit grass could be used to refine 10 furnaces of dawn, and the quantity of each furnace was 60 dawn. In total, it would be 600 high-grade true elemental dawn, enough for him to use for a while. The spirit grass was relatively far away from his position, and it was already outside the detection range of the true elemental ball. Therefore, he very carefully looked around, lest there was a vicious beast lying in ambush here. After all, according to the records in the book, in the vicinity of 100-year-old spirit grass, there would be powerful monsters or vicious beasts. He actually did not see any traces of vicious beasts, which was not normal. As Ling Xiao got closer and closer to the spirit grass, he also became more and more careful. Suddenly, Ling Xiao fiercely jumped back and directly retreated more than 10 meters away. Bang! At the position where he was just standing, a 1-meter square deep pit had already formed, and inside it was blazing magma. He could not help but secretly be speechless. Good heavens! It was fortunate that he reacted quickly. Otherwise, if he rashly went to pick the spirit grass, he would definitely be directly attacked. Standing there, his mood calmed down a little, and he raised his head to look at the mountain behind the spirit grass. That's right, it was a mountain. However, at this time, the stone mountain was moving like a giant beast. The reason why he did not see this vicious beast just now was because of this. This guy was actually a giant lava beast. Moreover, it was a level 6 vicious beast, although it was only a level 6 low-tier vicious beast. Its terrifying fighting strength was definitely far beyond the 22 wind-tailed wolves from before. This giant lava beast's appearance looked like a huge tortoise, but its edges were clearly defined, and the tortoise shell on its back was clearly a volcano. Its height reached about 15 meters, and when it moved, it was like a mountain. The lava attack just now was just to drive Ling Xiao away, so it controlled its power. If it attacked with its full strength, perhaps the basin would have turned into magma. In those huge eyes, there was a sense of threat and a thick, brutal killing intent. In the huge mouth that was open, flowing hot magma was unexpectedly flowing. Ling Xiao could not help but frown. He knew that this giant lava beast did not have any killing intent towards him, but that was only because of the spirit grass. Otherwise, the giant lava beast would definitely not let him go so easily. Leave? Ling Xiao shook his head. Since he was already here, how could he just leave? He had to get the Xianling grass. If the giant lava beast left obediently, he wouldn't kill it. However, if the other party insisted on fighting for the 600-year-old Xianling grass, he would have to fight a big battle. However, this battle would obviously not be easy. Yang Kai had just broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, while the level 6 low-tier giant lava beast was much stronger than an early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator, even approaching the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm. However, just because it would not be easy did not mean he could not fight. Once Ling Xiao decided on something, unless there was no other way, he would not easily change his mind. Obviously, he now had a chance to fight this giant lava beast. Roar! The giant lava beast let out a furious roar and spat out a hot breath, instantly turning the vegetation in front of it into black powder. Its blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao, staring at this little brat who dared to intrude into the basin and covet the 600-year-old spirit grass. It had already threatened this little brat, but this little brat showed no signs of leaving. This made it very angry. Roar. Not only did Ling Xiao not retreat, but he also let out a roar that did not belong to a human. It was more like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, a terrifying dragon pressure was released, directly enveloping the giant lava beast. Ling Xiao did not want to fight. At the very least, he did not want to fight now. Otherwise, destroying the 600-year-old spirit grass would make his heart ache. Dong, dong, dong. The giant lava beast actually felt fear and retreated 3 or 4 steps, causing the ground to tremble. However, after an instant, its eyes were no longer clear. Instead, they had turned red. Roar. The giant lava beast was furious. It was actually scared away by a little brat. This made it feel extremely humiliated. It decided to kill this little brat, even if it had to destroy the entire valley. Ling Xiao frowned. Sure enough, a vicious beast was a vicious beast when it went mad. It was not afraid of anything. It seemed like he could only fight. You brought this upon yourself. Even if you die, don't blame me. Ling Xiao no longer planned to hold back. The ice dragon's sword had already appeared in his hands. Against a monster of this level, his 9 meridians chi sword was not enough. After all, he had only cultivated it to the 4th level. The strong preyed on the weak. Either you die or I live. This was the typical law of the jungle. Unless Ling Xiao chose to escape and give the profound spirit grass to the giant lava beast. But he was obviously unwilling, and the other party was also unwilling, so the only way to solve the problem was to fight. Release. Ling Xiao removed the refining array stone. In that instant, his aura crazily soared. He could feel the berserk feeling of the power that had been suppressed for a long time being suddenly released. Too great. This feeling, not to mention a low level 6 beast. Even if it was a peak level 6 beast, he would definitely not be afraid. Roar. The giant lava beast's dignity was once again challenged. It was furious, opened its huge mouth, and a huge lava fireball began to condense. The terrifyingly high temperature suddenly increased the temperature of the entire valley. This won't do. Ling Xiao noticed that many of the Xian's spirit grass that he had not picked in time had withered. Although the 600-year-old Xian's spirit grass had a tenacious vitality, it could not allow the giant lava beast to do as it pleased. Cloud dragon, divine travel, golden light dragon wings. In that instant, a pair of black wings appeared on Ling Xiao's back. When they spread out, they temporarily maintained a length of about 2 meters. The length of the golden light dragon wings could be adjusted by itself. This was one of the results of Ling Xiao's training. The largest could be a few dozen meters, and the shortest could be completely disappeared. However, if he wanted to fly, he had to maintain a pair of wings that could not be less than 1 meter long. Otherwise, he would not be able to fly. This was a basin, so the wings naturally could not be too big. A length of 2 meters would not affect flight, but it was also relatively small. It could be considered a more suitable choice. Whiz! The moment the golden light dragon wings appeared, Ling Xiao's body suddenly turned into a shadow and pounced towards the giant lava beast. The ice dragon sword in his hand began to condense a terrifying cold ice chi. The high temperature that was originally rising in the basin gradually decreased. Of course, his goal was definitely not just that. Chapter 450. Wind, Celestial Phenomenon, Congealing Water. The ice dragon sword pierced the huge lava fireball spat out by the lava beast. The cold aura collided with the hot aura, causing water vapor to fill the air. In an instant, the entire basin seemed to be covered in a thick fog. At that moment, Ling Xiao's martial soul avatar pounced towards the 600-year profound spirit grass at an extremely fast speed, grabbing the 600-year profound spirit grass without the lava beast noticing. Pung! However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the lava beast actually discovered his intentions and even set up an ambush near the 600-year profound spirit grass. There were more than 10 monsters made of lava, which should be some kind of ability of the lava beast. These monsters were not weak, and with the sudden attack, the martial soul avatar almost threw away the 600-year profound spirit grass in its hand. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's martial soul avatar now had 90% of his strength, equivalent to a transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator. Facing more than 10 lava monsters, it quickly stabilized its position. Unfortunately, it was surrounded, so it was unable to hand over the 600-year profound spirit grass to Ling Xiao's main body. Looks like you really want to die. Ling Xiao originally planned to leave after stealing the profound spirit grass. He really didn't want to fight with this lava beast. However, the lava beast's actions left him with no choice but to kill it. Boom! The lava fireball exploded in midair, and Ling Xiao and the lava beast both took a step back. However, at the same time, the phantom of a glacier appeared behind Ling Xiao's back, and the ice dragon sword in his hand was even more powerful than before. Glacier force, wind, celestial phenomenon, congealing water. Ling Xiao launched another attack, not giving the lava beast any chance to catch its breath. The giant lava beast refused to back down. Instead, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao. Pung! The two sides clashed again, and one of the lava beast's teeth fell to the ground, as if a huge dragon-breaking stone had been inserted into the ground. This time, it could be said that Ling Xiao had gained a slight advantage. Not enough. It's not enough. Ling Xiao flapped his golden dragon wings and quickly retreated using the cloud dragon divine travel. Then he began to accumulate energy again. A vast ocean appeared in the shadow behind him. The power of the glacier, the power of the ocean. After that, the ice dragon sword in his hand actually flashed with lightning. Lightning constellation, water condensation. The lightning celestial phenomenon and lightning celestial phenomenon finally fused together. The terrifying sight of thunder and lightning struck fear into the giant lava beast. Unfortunately, it was too late to be afraid. With an unparalleled sword strike, the terrifying thunder and lightning roared as it pounced towards the lava beast. Puchi! Crack! This time, the ice dragon sword finally tore through the lava beast's defense, and a huge hole extended from the lava beast's head to its body. It wasn't blood that flowed out of the wound, but magma. Roar! The giant lava beast was seriously injured. It finally gave up the idea of fighting for the black spirit grass. It hurriedly turned around and fled into the distance. Although its body was huge, it ran very fast. In the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range, there was enough space for it to escape. Because the plants here were very tall and the ground was very wide, the gaps left behind were naturally larger. Standing here, one would feel like an ant standing under a towering tree in the outside world. As the giant lava beast fled with its injuries, the dozen lava monsters also disappeared. The martial soul avatar successfully protected the 600-year-old black spirit grass and handed it over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not chase after the giant lava beast. His goal was not the beast, but the 600-year-old black spirit grass. Since he had already obtained the black spirit grass, why would he waste the effort? After keeping the 600-year-old black spirit grass, Ling Xiao once again wore the array refining stone on his body. Then, he followed the path he came from and headed towards the cave. He wanted to concoct the high-grade true elemental pills first before going to the Sha family castle to find trouble with Fairy Ling Long and the others. Now that he had reached the early stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 5, whether it was Fairy Ling Long or the Cold-Faced Cultivator, they were no match for him. It was time for revenge. Someone's here. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. Within the range of his true essence ball, he could feel the auras of several cultivators. 5 people. The highest cultivation is at the peak of the Transcendent Realm Level 4. But what are these people doing here? Ling Xiao's cave was not far from here, and he was worried that the other party would notice it. So he decided to stay and investigate. Leaping onto a large tree, Ling Xiao concealed all of his aura, even putting away his true essence ball, relying on his eyes to track the movements of these people. Sure enough, there are 5 people. As they walked, they seemed to be searching for something. Although they were more than 10 meters away, Ling Xiao's ears were not inferior to his eyes, so he could still hear their conversation clearly. Damn it! We've already been in the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range for so many days, but there's still no trace of that little brat. We've lost quite a few companions. One of them punched the tree next to him, looking very angry. Be careful, there are a lot of vicious beasts here. We can't afford any more casualties. Another person lowered his voice and said, but that little brat is really strong. How did he offend Fairy Ling Long? Fairy Ling Long actually issued a bounty for him. The reward is a rare grade artifact, 10,000 low-rank spirit stones, and 100,000 low-rank true essence pills. She's really going all out. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help showing a gloomy expression. He hadn't expected that Fairy Ling Long would still not let him go, even sending people to hunt him down. That's very much in line with that woman's style. Don't worry, Fairy Ling Long, we'll meet again soon. But when the time comes, the ones who will have to run will be you. Ling Xiao sneered, his expression turning cold as he glared at the 5 cultivators, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. These people were actually here to kill him. He couldn't just sit back and watch. I wonder who will be able to obtain these rewards, but in my opinion, that little brat is only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. He might have already become a delicacy in the stomach of some vicious beast. There shouldn't be much point in us continuing to look for him, right? Someone else said. That's not necessarily the case. I heard that little brat is extremely cunning, being able to escape from Fairy Ling Long's hands. He probably won't die so easily. The first person said, all right, let's find a place to rest and eat something. If we continue to walk like this, it'll be dangerous. I heard that there's a lava beast nearby. That's a grade 6 monster beast. We won't be its opponent at all. It was obvious that the existence of the lava beast was already common knowledge in the Sha family castle. Only outsiders like Ling Xiao would not know about it. Chapter 451. I just hope we're lucky enough to run into that little brat after we finish eating. If that's the case, with the 5 of us, wouldn't killing him be a piece of cake? That's true. There are 5 of us, 3 peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators, and 2 late Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. Killing an early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator would be child's play. The group chatted and laughed as they searched for a safe place to rest. However, at that moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of their eyes, and the 2 late Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators died on the spot. 2 small scratches were left on their necks, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that their necks had been directly cut open by something. The black shadow was so fast that they didn't even have a chance to react. They didn't even have a chance to see what it was. Too terrifying. Seeing their companions who had been chatting and laughing just a moment ago, now dead, the remaining 3 cultivators felt their hair stand on end, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Run! Run! It must be some kind of terrifying monster. Since you came looking for me, why run away when you see me? Shouldn't we have a good chat? The black shadow blocked the path of the remaining 3 cultivators. Although it was only one person, its aura seemed to have sealed off all paths of escape. Anyone who dared to move would die. The 3 cultivators stared at the black shadow in horror, their faces filled with fear. You're surnamed Ling. Although they had never seen Ling Xiao before, Fairy Ling Long had already pasted his portrait all over Sha family castle. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at the 3 of them. From his face, one could not tell that he was a decisive person. Instead, he looked more like a child who had not grown up, innocent and unaffected. However, the cold corpses on the ground made the 3 cultivators very clear what this young man meant. Suddenly, one of the cultivators took out a thunderbolt signal flare from his storage ring and fired it into the sky. Ling Xiao could have stopped them, but he didn't. Rather than looking for them one by one, it was better to have them all come together and deal with them all at once, saving him time. Given the strength of Fairy Linglong and the Cold-Faced Cultivator, he did not believe that the cultivators who came would be too strong. He would kill anyone who came. So what if he became a bloodthirsty magical beast today? His pestilence demon king, martial soul, needed to be nourished by fresh blood. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that he was a little evil. However, if these people hadn't come to kill him, he wouldn't have done this. Anyone who chose to do something had to pay the price for their actions. Don't be afraid of him. This brat's sneak attack only succeeded. The three of us are enough to take his life. One of them tried his best to calm down and roared, "Yes, kill him. If we kill him, we'll be able to get a huge bounty. We won't have to worry about cultivation anymore." The three martial artists looked at each other and saw the madness in their eyes. Thus they moved. The three of them attacked Ling Xiao from three different directions. Ling Xiao stood there, involuntarily revealing a look of contempt. "Your joint attack technique is far inferior to the wind-tailed wolf's, and you still want to kill me?" He did not put peak, transcendent, realm fourth layer cultivators in his eyes. Pooh, pooh, 2 chi swords, 2 lives. Of the 3 martial artists who had rushed over, 2 of them had died under Ling Xiao's attack without knowing what had happened. Before they died, they only saw 2 streaks of light as fast as lightning, then they lost consciousness. The last one turned around and fled in panic. Demon! He felt that the person he saw could not be Ling Xiao. It must be a demon in disguise. He had heard that in the dragon-subduing mountain range, there was a kind of demonic creature that could disguise itself as a human to hunt humans. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still have something to ask you. The reason why this martial artist did not die was because Ling Xiao wanted him to." The chi sword in his hand turned into a rope and directly wrapped around the martial artist's neck, then pulled him back. Ling Xiao stepped on the martial artist's body and issued a cold threat. "If you dare move again, I'll take your life." "I won't run. I won't run. Please don't kill me. I beg you." The reason why Ling Xiao spared this martial artist was because he could see that this guy was the most cowardly of the 3. Only by sparing him would he be able to ask the questions he wanted to know. "You should have done this earlier." Ling Xiao grinned meaningfully and took out a refining array stone from his pocket. The refining array stone was a weakened version of the plague bone dissolving array. Because he did not have enough materials, Ling Xiao could only simplify it for now. But even if it was a weakened version, it would still be very easy to deal with cultivators below the transcendent realm 4th layer. If combined with his plague demon king martial spirit, even a transcendent realm 5th layer cultivator could be killed. This big gift was naturally left for the reinforcements who were about to arrive. If someone wanted to die, how could he stop them? "Don't worry. As long as you answer a few of my questions obediently, I will let you go," Ling Xiao said as he looked at the martial artist under his foot. Half a month ago, he would still be wary of a martial artist of this level, but now he did not need to worry about them at all. This was the result of half a month of cultivation. You better keep your word. Otherwise, Fairy Linglong will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. She won't let you go. This cultivator was truly desperate. He was actually using Fairy Linglong to threaten Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was really afraid of Fairy Linglong, why would he have offended that woman in the first place? "Don't worry. I will soon kill my way to the Shaw family castle. Anyone who dares to stand on her side, I won't let them go," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "All right, now answer my questions. If you dare to lie or speak nonsense, I will let you know what the most painful thing in this world is. Oh, right. Have you seen a wind-tail wolf? They will not kill their prey immediately, but will play with them until they have tasted the pain and finally lost the will to live. Demon, a real demon. The martial artist's entire body was trembling. His face had already turned deathly pale. He couldn't believe that a young martial artist could be so vicious. He must be a demon. He must be. But he did not dare to not answer Ling Zhao's questions. So he said in a trembling voice, "Ask away. As long as I know, I will definitely tell you." "Good. I just heard you say that Fairy Ling Long put a bounty on my head, right?" "That's right. And it doesn't matter if you are dead or alive. If you are captured alive, the reward will be even better. If you are killed, the reward will also be generous. Fairy Ling Long also said that you obtained a peerless treasure from the cave dwelling of an ancient martial artist." Chapter 452. This is really insidious. It seems like they won't stop until one of them is dead. La Ling Xiao sneered. "Are there many people who want to capture me?" "Many. Some people aren't here for the bounty, but for the treasures in the ancient cultivator's cave mansion. It's said that even a seventh-layer transcendent realm cultivator has appeared. TSK, even a seventh-layer transcendent realm cultivator has appeared. It seems that Fairy Ling Long's scheme has succeeded." Ling Xiao couldn't help but grin. Meng Yuan was also a seventh-layer transcendent realm cultivator, but he was only at the peak of the seventh layer. So he might as well test the strength of a seventh-layer transcendent realm cultivator first. This way, when he returned to the Yuehua school, he would be more confident in dealing with Meng Yuan. Considering all this, Yang Kai glanced at the cultivator on the ground. This guy could be left alive to report back to the Yuehua school. Right now, he needed to weaken Fairy Ling Long's forces as much as possible and let those cultivators understand that whoever helped Fairy Ling Long would die. So, it was best to let those cultivators enter the dragon's subduing mountain range while he waited for an opportunity to make his move. After all, with his mountain and river martial spirit, Yang Kai's familiarity with the dragon's subduing mountain range was definitely far greater than those cultivators. "Let's go. We'll watch a good show from the side. After we're done, I'll let you go." Ling Xiao tied the cultivator up and dragged him to a hidden place. About 10 minutes later, several dozen cultivators appeared at the location where Ling Zhao's plague bone dissolving array had been arranged. 67. Ha! There really are a lot of people here. The strongest among them is actually an early fifth-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Impressive, but unfortunately, no one will be able to leave here alive. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. The cultivator, who was being held hostage, didn't understand the situation before suddenly seeing the most frightening thing in his life. 67 transcendent realm cultivators. However, at that moment, a huge skull pattern suddenly appeared on the ground. Immediately after, a green light shot out from the ground, and a green humanoid monster appeared in midair. It opened its mouth and sucked in, causing the cultivators to scream and fall to the ground. Amidst the groans and sorrowful wails, the 67 transcendent experts rapidly turned into dried corpses. Their blood fused into the strange pattern before condensing into a surge of energy that was injected into the body of the dark green humanoid monster. It happened in an instant, and everything was over. A strong smell of urine entered Ling Zhao's nostrils. Truly useless. Scram. Go back and tell Fairy Ling Long that yours truly is still alive, and well, if he wants my life, he can come to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, if he has the guts. If he doesn't, he can just stay in the Shah family castle and wait for yours truly to come knocking on his door. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he flung the martial artist away and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. He had already planned to exact revenge on Fairy Ling Long, and this was a good opportunity for him to test his strength. Of course, before that, he had to refine the 100-year profound spirit grass into a high-grade, true elemental Dan. This was also part of his plan. in the Ling Long Celestial Palace of the Shah family castle. This was probably the most beautiful building in the Shah family castle. It was made of suet white jade, and there were all kinds of formations and magic formations set up on it to protect the owner of this place. It was Fairy Ling Long. However, the atmosphere in the Ling Long Celestial Palace today was somewhat depressing. Fairy Ling Long was sitting on the throne that she had carefully designed for herself, frowning. There were two people sitting next to her. One of them was a cold-faced martial artist that Ling Xiao was familiar with. The other one was a stranger, but he was wearing the standard uniform of the Beast King Palace. This man's cultivation was quite formidable, and it seemed that he was even much stronger than Meng Yuan. He was just leaning against the chair, leisurely holding a pure, white little mouse in his arms, as if he was indifferent to everything. Besides these three people, there were many other martial artists in the hall, and the weakest among them was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 4. A martial artist in ragged clothes was kneeling on the floor of the hall, and his expression was frightened. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm Level 4, but he was trembling all over, as if he had encountered something terrible. This man was the lucky one that Ling Xiao had sent back to deliver the news. "Is what you said true?" The cold-faced martial artist looked at this man coldly and asked while gnashing his teeth. "My lord, it's all true. I saw those people being swallowed by a strange formation with my own eyes. That Ling guy is too scary. No, I suspect that he's not a human at all. He's a demon in human skin." The martial artist kneeling on the ground answered the cold-faced martial artist's question in a sobbing voice. "Nonsense!" The cold-faced martial artist was angry. How could such a demon exist? "Sir, you don't have to be so angry. It is said that such a demon exists in the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range." A martial artist sitting below said with a smile, "I'd rather believe him. After all, that Ling guy is just at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 3. Even if he performed exceptionally well, he would at most be at the middle or late stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 3. How could he kill so many people? It must be some kind of demon. Humph, whether it's a demon or that Ling guy, we must investigate this matter thoroughly." 67 Transcendent Realm cultivators disappearing at the same time is no small matter. I heard that many cultivators no longer go to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range because of this matter. Fairy Ling Long coldly snorted and said, "That Ling guy is too cunning. He's only 14 years old, yet he's already at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. His aptitude is too terrifying. If we let him live, he will become a fatal threat to us." "Fairy," the kneeling martial artist suddenly spoke again. "What's wrong?" "That Ling guy said that even if you don't send people to kill him, he will still come to Shah Family Castle to find you. He also said that he will kill anyone who dares to help you." "Bastard!" The cold-faced martial artist angrily slammed the table, instantly turning it into dust. "That brat is too arrogant." At this point, he turned to look at Fairy Ling Long and said, "Fairy, why don't I personally lead a team to search the mountain tomorrow? Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find that brat and tear him to pieces. And I'm relieved to leave it to you." Fairy Ling Long had always trusted the cold-faced martial artist, and this time was no exception. Relieved? The Beast King Palace disciple, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "You know his name? Which sex disciple is he? Do you know what he has done in the past? Senior Brother Wang, do you know?" Fairy Ling Long looked at the Beast King Palace disciple with a smile on her face. This Wang guy was called Wang Shi, just like his name. He was extremely vicious and treacherous. Cooperating with this person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. She could be swallowed by him at any time. However, Fairy Linglong had no other choice. If she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, she could only do so. Chapter 453. Fairy Linglong had already made a deal with Wang Shi. As long as this person killed Ling Xiao, all of Ling Xiao's belongings would belong to this person. Furthermore, no matter what kind of injuries this person suffered in the future, she would treat them for free. In addition, this Wang Shi was somewhat interested in her beauty, so the two of them reached an agreement. His name is Ling Xiao, an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. Back in the Green Valley, he was only at the peak of Transcendent Realm 2nd level. However, with lightning speed, he killed 2 of my junior brothers and 1 of my junior sisters. All 3 of them were late-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd level cultivators. When Wang Shi spoke, his voice was extremely cold. This time, he came to the Sha family castle to hunt down Ling Xiao. He was nodding Wuya, so he did not have the patience. Moreover, Shi Mei and Shi Jiao were disciples of the same master as him, so they were naturally closer to him than Ning Wuya. One day, he received news from a mysterious person that Ling Xiao had left the Yuehua school and headed to the Sha family castle, preparing to enter the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range from there. He guessed that this mysterious person was someone from the Yuehua school, but he did not investigate further. Anyway, no matter who provided the information, his goal was still the same. He still wanted to kill Ling Xiao and avenge his junior sister. Fairy Linglong said something very well just now. This man is extremely cunning and scheming. Back in the Green Valley, he used some unknown method to control his cultivation to the level of a half-step grandmaster. This made my junior brother and sister underestimate him, and in the end, he killed them with his cunning methods. Wang Shi said coldly, "This kind of person is very scary. Although he is an enemy, I really admire him. However, it is because of this admiration that I want him to die quickly. Otherwise, when this kid grows up, he will be extremely terrifying." Thank you for your reminder, Senior Brother Wang. Fairy Linglong could not help but gasp. Even Wang Shi valued this person so much. Thinking back to what had happened in the cave, she could not help but agree. The reason why she was so desperate to issue a bounty was because she wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Pass down the order. Increase the bounty by 10 times. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he would be rewarded with 10 treasured weapons, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 million low-grade spirit pills. I don't believe that with such a great reward, there won't be anyone who dares to go. Fairy Linglong's eyes were filled with determination and indifference. Her idea was not wrong. With such a huge reward, the entire Sha family went crazy. In fact, in just 1 or 2 days, over 1,000 Transcendent Realm cultivators had arrived. Those who didn't know would think that they were going to hunt some ferocious beast in the mountains. As a result, when Yang Kai inquired about it, he was told that he needed to kill an early-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator. Many people said that Fairy Linglong was crazy, that she had too much money to spend. How could a trivial 3rd layer Transcendent Realm cultivator deserve such treatment? Ling Zhao's plan succeeded. Many cultivators entered the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range in pursuit of Fairy Linglong's bounty. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still refining his pills in the cave, as if what was happening outside had nothing to do with him. Although the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was huge, after entering the Dragon Submission Mountain Range from the Sha family castle, the cave Ling Xiao was in was a must-pass through. In addition, Ling Xiao deliberately let a cultivator go back to report. So those cultivators quickly found the cave where Ling Xiao was cultivating. Of course, the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was extremely dangerous, and these cultivators paid a heavy price for the high bounty. Before they could find Ling Xiao, they had already lost dozens of people. Some were killed by ice sparrows. Some were killed by wind-tail wolves. There were also some who were unlucky enough to encounter a lava beast that was recuperating and ended up becoming the lava beast's healing material. On this day, Ling Xiao purposely left the cave and sat in a very conspicuous place to eat barbecued meat. He had no choice. These people were too stupid. After searching for 2 days, they still couldn't find any trace of him. He was getting a little bored. Soon, 2 cultivators arrived near the cave. Because Ling Xiao's position was too conspicuous, the 2 cultivators saw him almost immediately. "Ling Xiao," one of the cultivators called out excitedly. The other cultivator hurriedly took out a thunderbolt signal flare, preparing to notify the other cultivators in the mountain, but was stopped by his companion. "Are you stupid? We're both peak transcendent realm 5th layer cultivators. It's just a little brat. Is there a need to find so many people? With so many people, do you think we'll be able to get the bounty?" That's true. After the 2 of them discussed for a while, they decided to kill Ling Xiao, and then quietly return to claim the bounty, lest they become the target of other cultivators. Asterisk at that moment, before the 2 of them could make a move, the young man who was barbecuing meat suddenly turned into a gust of wind. His speed was so fast that the 2 peak transcendent realm 5th layer cultivators were dumbfounded. The terrifying aura caused them to tremble in fear. For a moment, they actually lost the courage to fight and turned around to flee. Their reaction wasn't slow, but they were still a step too late. Boom. Pa! One of the martial artists was struck solidly by Ling Xiao's punch. Then his entire body was embedded into the rock, and he instantly lost his breath. The other cultivators stared at Ling Xiao in horror. This young man was too terrifying. His speed and strength were both so outstanding. How could he possibly be a mere transcendent realm 3rd layer cultivator? The cultivator clearly felt that this was a huge trap. Could it be that Fairy Ling Long and this little brat worked together to set up this trap just to kill us cultivators? Thinking so in his heart, he didn't slow down in the slightest. Someone who could kill his companion with a single punch was definitely not weak. Even if he was a fool, he could see this, not to mention he wasn't stupid. The young man just stood there with a smile on his face, seemingly having no intention of chasing. However, the cultivator didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Who knew what this young man was thinking? Who knew what would happen next? Suddenly, the cultivator's heart trembled as his intuition told him that danger was nearby. In the nick of time, the cultivator suddenly jumped up and glided a short distance away. Just as he jumped up, a resplendent chi sword pierced out from where he had been standing a moment ago. That was close. The cultivator wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and rejoiced in his heart. His opponent was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, but it didn't matter. Even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, as long as he brought this news back, he could still obtain some rewards, just not as much as killing him. That's right. Use the thunderbolt signal flare. The cultivator suddenly thought of notifying the others. He felt that he had already fled several hundred meters away, and with his speed so fast, it was impossible for the other party to catch up. So he relaxed a little. Chapter 454. This signal flare is exquisitely made, but it's a waste for you to use it. Give it to me. Novel. The demonic voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and then the signal flare in his hand disappeared. The young man was running side by side with him, but his relaxed expression was clearly giving way to him. Impossible. The warrior could not believe his eyes. He thought that his movement technique was already very powerful, and it was a rare gold-level movement technique. No one could compare to him. All along, he had relied on this excellent movement technique to escape danger many times. But what was going on today? Was this young man a human or a ghost? Your movement technique is not bad, but it's a pity that you haven't reached the transcendent state yet." The young man smiled at the warrior with a compassionate expression. "Why bother? I don't want to kill, but you force me to kill. Are you all living too freely?" Although the young man's expression was smiling, however, an incomparably horrifying feeling of fear emerged from the martial artist's body. He roared and threw a punch at the young man. But before he could do that, the young man shot out a chi sword from his finger and pierced his throat. Before he could even scream, the warrior fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open, completely dead. Ling Xiao landed on the mountaintop and looked at the dense black dots in the distance with a cold, murderous look on his face. "Brave men are bound to come when there's a great reward. Hee, since you all want my life, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Hunt. From now on, those who want to kill me must die." He took out the signal flare in his hand and found a suitable place to release it. The moment the signal flare exploded, martial artists from all over the mountains and plains rushed over here, one after another. They saw the bounty, but they did not see the terrifying, murderous intent hidden in the signal flare. In the dark forest, danger lurked everywhere, but the warriors did not seem to care. They each used their strength and rushed toward the place where the signal flare appeared. They were very fast, and no one wanted to fall behind, because killing Ling Xiao would not only give them a huge reward from Fairy Linglong, but also the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. There were too many martial artists, to the extent that many fierce beasts were so frightened that they did not dare to come out. Although ferocious beasts were beasts, they still had intelligence. They didn't dare to fight against existences stronger than them. An ice sparrow was quietly hiding in its nest, staring at the martial artist on the ground. He was very terrifying. His aura was so strong that it was enough to make a level 3 vicious beast. The ice sparrow not dare to move in the slightest. Ferocious beasts were terrifying, but so were human warriors. Suddenly, an afterimage flashed in the ice sparrow's eyes. Then, the body of the powerhouse on the ground that it regarded as a great threat swayed a few times, and then its head rolled to the ground. The ice sparrow was terrified. It saw that the killer was a young man. However, this youth's aura was like that of a terrifying ancient beast. The young man actually turned around and smiled at it, scaring it so much that it almost flew out and ran away. Late Transcendent Realm 5th Layer Cultivation, TSK. The quality of the cultivators who came to kill me this time really isn't low. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Ling Xiao casually took the other party's storage ring and muttered to himself, "This is the 23rd person. What a fool. It's not easy to cultivate to this level. Why couldn't he just stay at home and cultivate? Why did he have to come and kill me? Haven't he heard of the saying, 'Those who kill will be killed by others'?" In just a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao had killed the 23 cultivators who had come to hunt him down. But this was just the beginning. This time, there were close to 1,000 people who had entered the mountain. This game of slaughter would inevitably end when he killed all these people, or when these people were scared out of their wits and left. Otherwise, it was either you die, or I live. There was nothing left to say. He couldn't just let these people come to kill him and do nothing. Ling Xiao, was not a good person. Continue. Ling Xiao grinned meaningfully. He already had a rough idea of the strength of these cultivators. Among the people who had entered the mountain, there was only one he couldn't fight head-on. This person's cultivation had reached the Transcendent Realm 7th layer, and his combat strength was terrifying. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him, but there was no need to fight him head-on. What's more, this person was actually an inner disciple of the Yuehua school, a master second only to the core disciples. Such a person actually came to the dragon subduing mountain range to kill him If someone said that this matter had nothing to do with Elder Jean and the others, Ling Xiao wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. As for the others, they couldn't compare to him. If he wanted to kill them, they definitely wouldn't have the strength to fight back. It was also impossible for them to surround him with his speed and movement skills, plus a few refining array stones that could be used at critical moments. As long as he wasn't too careless, it was impossible for him to fall into danger. Previously, he had captured a cultivator who had a good relationship with Fairy Ling Long and inquired about her whereabouts. That cultivator said that Fairy Ling Long was protected by a core disciple from the Beast King Palace, and that core disciple's cultivation had reached the Transcendent Realm 8th layer. He was definitely not someone a small character like Ling Xiao could fight against. That was true. If he wanted to kill a Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator now, he would have to transform into his ancient golden dragon form, but even then, he would be severely injured. So, he dismissed the idea of going to the Shaw family castle immediately and continued to hunt these cultivators. At the same time, he would hone his combat skills and increase his strength. Previously, he was fighting against vicious beasts, but now he was fighting against cultivators. There was a big difference between the two. After killing only 23 cultivators, he had successfully condensed the 5th Chi sword for his 9 Meridians Chi sword. This martial skill really needed to be comprehended in battle. The more he fought, the faster he could comprehend it. Fairy Ling Long. Oh, Fairy Ling Long, I'm afraid that the martial artists who have been killed by me will blame it on you. Let's see if you have the ability to get others to stand up for you. The hunting game has just begun. If you like to play, I'll play with you. More than 500 people died. More than 500. Fairy Ling Long slumped back into her seat dejectedly. In just 2 days, more than half of the cultivators who entered the dragon-subduing mountain range to hunt Ling Xiao had died. This was because the remaining half of them were scared out of their wits and fled back to the Shaw family's castle. Right now, Fairy Ling Long was truly terrified. These transcendent realm cultivators were all disciples of various large sects, and they were all inner sect disciples. Yet, they died in the dragon-subduing mountain range for no reason. If those sects couldn't find Ling Xiao to take revenge, they would definitely come looking for trouble with her. Moreover, the most helpless thing was that Ling Xiao didn't leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Anyone who saw Ling Xiao was dead. None of those who came back alive had seen Ling Xiao. Chapter 455. I'm certain that Ling Xiao was the one who did it. Wang Shi's expression was still indifferent, as if nothing could affect him. If it was Ling Xiao, how could his strength be so terrifying? There were even transcendent realm 6th layer cultivators among the dead. How could he have killed them all? Fairy Ling Long couldn't believe it. Stupid woman, do you know what a genius is? Wang Shi said coldly. What's more, this person has been hiding his strength since the beginning. How do you know how strong he really is? Listen to me, tell your people to retreat. If I'm not wrong, his combat strength has reached the level of being able to kill a transcendent realm 6th layer cultivator alone. If you tell your subordinates to go after him, they'll just be sending themselves to their deaths. Although Wang Shi's words were harsh, Fairy Ling Long didn't care. However, Fairy Ling Long knew very well that what Wang Shi had said was absolutely possible. Although it had only been a month, it was absolutely possible for a genius to break through several layers in a row. What's more, in Wang Shi's eyes, Ling Xiao was a monster. He was a terrifying existence that was one level higher than a genius. It was normal for him to have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Senior Brother Wang, if you're willing to help, Ling Long will be at your disposal. Fairy Ling Long was really scared. At this point, she didn't care about anything else, as long as she could kill Ling Xiao. So what if she had to offer herself to Wang Shi? What's more, She always knew that Wang Shi liked her. A trace of excitement appeared on Wang Shi's face. He was indeed very excited. Although he didn't like Fairy Linglong as a person, he liked her martial spirit. Fairy Linglong's martial spirit was a dragon subspecies martial spirit. As long as she was willing to dual cultivate with him, he could absorb part of the immemorial dragon clan's bloodline. In this way, his snake martial spirit could also evolve into a divine snake with dragon bloodline. At that time, he was confident that he would be able to defeat Ing Wuya and become the 9th core disciple of Beast King Palace. As long as he had the divine snake martial spirit, he could even accelerate his cultivation speed and step onto the throne of core disciple. Hee, you know that I don't like to be forced. Wang Shi smiled faintly. As long as senior brother Wang can kill Ling Xiao, Linglong is willing to let you pluck my heart. Fairy Linglong said solemnly. In the face of life, what was chastity? All right then, have your men withdraw first. Tomorrow, follow me into the mountains. As long as you stay by my side, you will not be in any danger. That Ling Xiao is dead, for sure. Speaking of this, Wang Shi suddenly raised a question. By the way, isn't there a transcendent realm 7th layer cultivator in the search team? I think his name is Taishan. He's a student from Yuehua School. How is he? Don't mention this fellow. He wasn't with the other cultivators at all. It's said that he entered the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range to hunt some kind of ferocious beast and complete the sex mission. He wasn't there to hunt Ling Xiao at all. He made us happy for nothing. Fairy Linglong said indignantly. Oh, really? Wang Shi revealed a sinister smile. That's not necessarily the case. He knew very well that the mysterious person who sent him the message had a very similar aura to this Taishan. If he guessed correctly, this fellow was using the sex mission as an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Taishan was a student from Yuehua School, so it wasn't appropriate for him to do it openly. If it's as senior brother Wang guessed, that Taishan is going to do the sex mission on the surface, but is actually going to kill Ling Xiao, then we might not even have to do anything. Fairy Linglong suddenly became happy. To be honest, if she had a choice, she would never want to meet Ling Xiao again. She was really a little afraid of that brat. Let's hope so. However, the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range are filled with danger. We can't rule out the possibility of an accident. Let's not place too much hope. Wang Shi still felt a little uneasy. Ling Xiao's behavior was too abnormal. Logically speaking, when he saw a 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator enter the forest, his first thought should be to escape, right? But not only did this brat not run, he even continued to hunt in reverse. Maybe he wasn't afraid of Taishan at all, or maybe this guy was a complete madman. At the same time, in the cave mansion of Yuehua School's core disciple Meng Yuan, for people were sitting there drinking wine. Meng Yuan had 4 capable assistants under him, and among the Yuehua School's core disciples, they were known as the 4 wooden guests. The reason was that all 4 of them had wood-type martial spirits. These 4 people's cultivations were all above the 7th layer transcendent realm, only slightly weaker than Meng Yuan. Taishan was the weakest of the 4, but he was still an early 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator. On top of that, all of his martial arts had reached the grand perfection gold grade, making him much stronger than most cultivators in the same realm. I wonder how that brat Taishan is doing? One of the cultivators with yellow skin asked. Don't worry, with his cultivation, killing Ling Xiao will be a piece of cake. What we need to think about now is how to clean up after Ling Xiao's death. After all, Her Highness Moon Maiden has already said so. We can't be careless. Meng Yuan said coldly. You're right. Another night. There was no moonlight, no starlight. The entire sky seemed to be a giant black pot hanging upside down. Darkness had become the main theme of the world, and if one stayed in the mountain forest, it was impossible to see anything. Under such a dark night, a bonfire was lit on top of a huge rock, and there were several tents next to it. It was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. This location was very good. It was spacious enough that if a vicious beast or enemy suddenly appeared, it would definitely be noticed in advance. In the bushes, about 50 meters away from the bonfire, a person was lying on his stomach, staring at the situation here. This person was Ling Xiao. Today's hunt was perfect. Many cultivators who didn't know the difference between life and death were killed while others were scared away by his ferocious aura, but he didn't chase after them. Those cowards. Even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they probably wouldn't dare find trouble with Ling Xiao again. After a day of killing, Ling Xiao set his sights on the cold-faced cultivator. This person and Fairy Ling Long were the masterminds behind the scenes. It didn't matter if he killed the others, but these two had to die. Originally, with the cold-faced cultivator's strength, Ling Xiao could easily kill him. However, the problem now was that there was a powerful early-stage, transcendent realm 7th layer cultivator beside this cold-faced cultivator. When Ling Xiao was in the sect, he vaguely heard Zhao Ji mention this guy. This guy seemed to be one of the 4 Wood guests under Meng Yuan named Tai Shan. It seemed that the relationship between him and Meng Yuan was like fire and water. There was absolutely no room for reconciliation. No, it should be said that the relationship between him, the flame deity, and Elder Jean was the same. Chapter 456. With Ling Xiao's current strength, killing an early-stage transcendent realm 7th layer cultivator was still quite difficult, but it was still possible. The problem was that Tai Shan was accompanied by the cold-faced cultivator and the others. With these helpers, Yang Kai had a headache. This guy's strength wasn't very high, but what he feared the most was that he had some kind of treasure on him. Yang Kai didn't believe that someone who had been entrenched in a place like the Sha family castle wouldn't have a few decent treasures on him. It was better to be cautious. He only had one life, and if he lost it, it would be gone. Lying there, Ling Xiao's mountain and river martial spirit was rapidly circulating. He was looking for the best opportunity to attack. As long as he could kill Tai Shan, the cold-faced cultivator wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to suppress Meng Yuan. It was simply killing many birds with one stone. In the darkness, the cold-faced cultivator suddenly stood up. He rubbed his eyes. That's right. Although the night was as dark as ink, a transcendent realm cultivator's eyesight could still see some things in the dark, but the distance was relatively close. Standing 7 or 8 meters away from the bonfire. Wasn't that Ling Xiao? Grandmaster Tai, Ling Xiao has appeared. The cold-faced cultivator shouted in horror. Previously, he had been clamoring for Ling Xiao's life, but after the events of the past few days, he no longer had the courage to face Ling Xiao face to face. He was afraid. Ling Xiao's fear was far beyond his expectations. This guy was too strong, so strong that he couldn't resist at all. After all, he was only an early-stage transcendent realm 5th layer cultivator, but Ling Xiao had killed a transcendent realm 6th layer cultivator. Don't panic. This little brat is proficient in cloning techniques. Don't let him fool you, just in case. Tai Shan held a long staff in his hand. It was about 3 meters long, with 2 metal hoops on both ends. The staff also emitted the light of a spirit array. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary staff, but a rare-grade artifact divine weapon. Yes, the cold-faced cultivator calmed down. He knew too little about Ling Xiao, so naturally, he couldn't compare to Tai Shan from the Yuehua school. Tai Shan, as a disciple of the Yuehua school, you actually colluded with an outsider to kill a fellow disciple. If news of this spreads, you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore, right? Ling Xiao's voice came from the figure's mouth. Humph, if I kill you, no one will be found out. Taishan snorted coldly, but his expression didn't change. The internal strife within the sect had been going on for a long time. The Yuehua school was naturally no exception. Since he had chosen to stand on Elder Jin's side, he would not easily change his original intentions. Otherwise, he would only end up not pleasing either side. Is that so? If that's the case, don't go back alive. Ling Zhao's voice was cold and sinister as he slowly approached the bonfire. The cold-faced cultivator and his subordinates were so nervous that they held onto their weapons. Their bodies began to tremble violently. Although Taishan said that this guy was just a doppelganger, wasn't this too realistic? Master Tai, I told you don't panic. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Taishan's forehead. Although he thought that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao, this Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into his trap. Therefore, he was naturally worried. All of a sudden, a bad premonition flashed in his heart, and he subconsciously swung his long rod behind him. Clang! The sound of the staff hitting metal was heard. Taishan saw another face with the help of the light from the bonfire. It was still Ling Xiao. Sure enough, this guy was trying to create a diversion. Just as Taishan was about to block the attack, a few screams came from behind him. Those few martial artists that he had originally planned to use as shields at the critical moment were all killed. The one who attacked him was actually the one he thought was a doppelganger. The cold-faced cultivator's head fell next to the bonfire, his eyes filled with endless regret and disbelief. He regretted offending this star of evil. He regretted opposing this star of evil. He regretted colluding with that woman Fairy Ling Long. He regretted not choosing to run away, and instead foolishly entering the mountain to kill this star of evil. Unfortunately, at the last moment of his life, what was the point of regretting? He was dead. If he died, there would be nothing left. Senior brother Taishan, you're too smart for your own good. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to attack Taishan. Since Taishan's helpers had been dealt with, Yang Kai planned to have a good fight. He had not forgotten the purpose of fighting Taishan in the first place. That was to understand the strength of a seventh-layer transcendent realm cultivator, so he could deal with Meng Yuan in the future. You're the main body. The one who attacked me just now was a doppelganger? Taishan came to his senses at this time, but unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Zhao's plan was not unique, but it was very practical. Moreover, it had a 100% chance of success, because his main body and doppelganger could exchange positions. Congratulations, you're right. It's a pity that there's no reward. If you really want it, I'll leave you with a complete corpse. No matter what, you're still a disciple of the Yuehua sect. Ling Xiao still maintained a smile, as if what was about to begin was not a battle, but a game. Don't worry. Even if you die, I'll leave you with an intact corpse, not because I sympathize with you, but because I want to take you back and let senior brother Meng Yuan confirm it. Taishan's expression remained indifferent, but the long staff in his hand was already eager to attack. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Ling Zhao's finger moved, and a chi sword shot out like a viper towards Taishan at lightning speed. The chi sword was extremely fast and shot out in the blink of an eye, giving Taishan no time to react. However, Taishan was not weak. In a hurry, he actually managed to block Ling Zhao's attack with the long staff in his hand. Of course, that was not the case. In the end, the chi sword still left a shallow wound on Taishan's neck. Although it did not cause much harm, it was still very painful. Taishan's expression turned cold, and a strong killing intent rose in his heart. He immediately released his aura, and the shadow behind him turned out to be a huge Taishan tree. It stood tall and straight, with its head held high in the clouds. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, verdant, and beautiful. The trunk was as hard as bronze, and when knocked on, it produced a clanging sound. The moss on the tree's body was mottled, like the rust on an ancient bronze, condensed with the frost of time. The ancient Taishan tree was like a pillar supporting the sky, its branches coiling around the clouds, and its eyes winding around the peaks, overlooking the valleys and mountain streams. The famous saying of the ancients, "Pale skin glides through the rain for 40 years, black hair reaches 2,000 feet into the sky," was the best description of it. This martial soul was really not ordinary. Ling Xiao, I'll let you know that your choice to kill me was really stupid. Encountering me, your best choice was to run. That way, you might still be able to preserve your little life. But now you must die. Taishan looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "Forget it. Originally, your movement technique was more outstanding than mine, and I might not have been able to find you. But now that you appeared here, don't think about running away. It saves me a lot of trouble." Chapter 457. As soon as Taishan finished speaking, countless roots suddenly sprang out from within a radius of 10 meters, forming a huge cage-like structure that enveloped Ling Xiao and Taishan. Your martial spirit's ability is quite interesting. Can all plant attribute martial spirits be like this? Ling Xiao had a cherry tree martial spirit before, so he hadn't learned much about it. But now that he saw Taishan's martial spirit, he was quite interested. He could snatch this thing and play with it for a few days. A plant attribute martial spirit was really suitable for fighting in the jungle. What's more, if such a majestic Taishan tree was transplanted into the mountain river world, it would be quite a good thing. Junior Brother Ling is worthy of being Junior Brother Ling. Even at this time, you still have the mood to ask questions. To be honest, Taishan really couldn't see through Ling Xiao. Was there something wrong with this person's head? What kind of situation was this that he still had the interest to ask such questions? However, he didn't dare relax in the slightest, his true qi forming a defensive wall that completely protected him. He had also assumed an offensive posture. He would fight with all his strength. Even if he was facing Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was lower than his, he absolutely couldn't hold back. Otherwise, he might end up like the corpse on the ground, decapitated. Looking at Taishan, Ling Xiao was a little excited. He had never intended to kill Taishan with a sneak attack. If he did that, it would be really boring. At least he wouldn't be able to achieve his purpose of probing. In a head-on battle, not only could he figure out the combat strength of a transcendent realm 7th layer cultivator, but he could also verify how much progress he had made. The cultivators he had killed before didn't require him to use his full strength, so it was just a game of killing. Circulating his true qi, the 5 qi swords condensed into a brilliant sword. Ling Xiao gripped this qi sword tightly in his right hand, his fighting spirit soaring. "It seems you're prepared to die." A cold smile appeared on Taishan's face. Killing people was a common thing for cultivators, but killing a dangerous person would make them feel excited. In that instant, he lightly stamped his foot, and his body rushed out like a fierce beast from the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. His target was naturally Ling Xiao. The long staff in his hand had turned into the sharpest spear at this time, as if it was going to pierce through Ling Xiao's body in an instant. The smile on Ling Xiao's face had already disappeared, replaced by incomparable coldness. Staring at Taishan, who was rushing over, Ling Xiao slowly raised his right hand. The qi sword in his hand suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura. "Get lost!" The qi sword suddenly lengthened, and a ferocious and violent sword qi extended out, thrusting towards Taishan's body. The probing just now had already proven that Ling Xiao's qi sword could injure Taishan. That was why Ling Xiao chose to use qi swords to fight. Boom! With a loud explosion, Taishan blocked the tip of the qi sword with his staff. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He felt as if his body had crashed into a mountain, and he began to retreat rapidly. His two horns drew two clear marks on the ground, and he had already cut open a huge boulder. After a distance of 9 meters, the length of the Qi sword had reached its limit, and Tai Shan's body finally stopped. At this time, he had already retreated from the boulder to the ground. This kid is really not easy to deal with. Standing there, Tai Shan's eyes flashed. He did not underestimate Ling Xiao. He had used a full 80% of his strength in that attack just now. The remaining 20% was naturally reserved for escaping. This was the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. If a fierce beast appeared, he had to save enough true qi to escape. His arms were trembling slightly. Although he was not injured, Ling Xiao's terrifying strength made him feel very troubled. This brat's strength was probably at least 9,000 pounds, which was much stronger than the average martial artist. He could not fight recklessly. When Tai Shan broke through to the transcendent realm, he relied on the potential of his true qi to break through, so his physical strength was not an advantage. Fighting Ling Xiao head-on like this was definitely not a wise move. However, if his strength was not enough, his martial spirit could make up for it. Ling Xiao, I advise you to release your martial spirit as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have it so easy next time. With a sneer, Tai Shan's body began to change rapidly. It took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. Ling Xiao clearly saw that this guy's skin was wrapped in a thick layer of tree bark. His originally white skin had now turned into a black iron color. It was obvious that he was not going to be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao did not speak, and just stood there looking at Tai Shan. He knew that this change in Tai Shan's body was definitely not easy to deal with, but it did not make him afraid. Instead, it made him feel very interested. Tai Shan stomped on the ground again, and his figure flashed even faster than before. His whole body almost turned into an afterimage as he quickly approached Ling Xiao. Along the way, a gust of wind was stirred up, and the bonfire was blown in all directions. Ling Xiao still did not dodge. It was still the same simple sword strike. He used his 9,000 gene strength, wanting to see what kind of changes had happened to this guy's body. Boom! A sound that was even more terrifying than before exploded. Ling Xiao felt as if his body had collided with a towering tree, and his figure was pushed back. However, his performance was naturally much better than Tai Shan's. Even though he was pushed back, his body circled around the huge rock and actually stopped about 2 meters away. This is interesting. After your body changed, your strength increased by close to 2,000 gene, close to 10,000 gene. No wonder you can push me back. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. But what's the point of just increasing strength? His body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the Qi sword had already pierced Tai Shan's body. Dang! This time, the Qi sword did not leave any marks on Tai Shan's body. This guy seemed to be wrapped in something, and his defense was much stronger. However, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop because of this. His speed was much faster than his opponent's, and his movement technique was also much better than his opponent's. For a moment, on the huge rock, there were continuous ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. In a short span of 20 breaths, Ling Xiao actually tried to attack all the vital parts of Tai Shan's body. However, his attacks were still fruitless. Kid, you're really ignorant. I'm much better than you in terms of using martial souls. Who told you that every martial soul has one type of amplification? You want to break through my defense with your attack power? That's ridiculous. Tai Shan just stood there and allowed Ling Xiao to attack him. However, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. You've been attacking for a long time. Have you had enough fun? Now it's time for you to die. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp thorn pierced out from the ground. Ling Xiao's reaction was quick, and he barely dodged it, but his clothes were pierced. Chapter 458. The spikes under the ground continued to attack. For a time, inside this huge cage of spikes, Ling Xiao simply had no place to stand. As long as he approached the ground, terrifying spikes would shoot out from the ground. This was undoubtedly the ability of Tai Shan's martial spirit, but it seemed a little tricky. Humph, I need to take back what I said before. I thought you could make me happy, but now it seems you're just SOL. It seems I overestimated you. With your little strength, you actually dared to oppose senior brother Meng Yuan. You're simply courting death. Tai Shan coldly snorted, releasing even more true qi, causing the spikes on the ground to grow from 1 to 2, 3, and even 4 at once. There were now several bloody scars on Ling Xiao's body. Although these scars weren't serious, after several days of playing the killing game, this was the first time he had been injured. A 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator was really much stronger than the others. However, did you say you overestimated me? How interesting. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, not even bothering to evade, and directly falling to the ground. Ha ha, little brat, you're courting death. Are you going to give up? It's fine if you give up. In any case, with your strength, it's completely impossible for you to oppose me. Tai Shan laughed madly. He hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually choose the stupidest decision possible to meet his spikes head-on. Asterisk poo 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 poo. Asterisk 7 or 8 spikes pierced Ling Xiao's body in succession. How boring, he died so quickly. Tai Shan looked at Ling Xiao standing on the ground and couldn't help feeling a little dispirited. He really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could kill a 6th-layer transcendent realm cultivator with his strength. It's quite boring because your performance really disappointed me. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. Wait, aren't you dead? Tai Shan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. At this time, he discovered that the spikes didn't hit Ling Xiao at all, but a layer of viscous liquid around Ling Xiao's body. Snow lotus sword technique, melting water. This move was even more effective when used defensively than offensively. Good. Very good. I didn't expect that a trivial early transcendent realm 5th-layer cultivator like you would actually be able to block my spikes. You're very lucky, but also very unlucky because the power I'm about to unleash is definitely not something you can withstand. This battle is really about to end. Tai Shan's expression quickly returned to normal. No, there was even a hint of excitement in his calm expression. This was because he really wanted to let Ling Xiao see his martial soul's ultimate move before he died. That was the combination of a martial skill and a martial soul's ability to kill in a single blow. He believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to dodge it. He removed his defenses. It seemed that if he wanted to attack Ling Xiao with all his strength, he would not be able to maintain a defensive state. The moment he removed his defense, the long staff in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge. At the same time, Hemlock's body also enlarged, looking more like a forest giant. He waved his huge staff, and a thunderous sound came out of his mouth. 1,000-pound staff, earth-splitting. As the sound rang out, the huge staff that seemed to cover the sky fell from the sky. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt a great threat. There's no other way. I have to remove the refining array stone. Otherwise, I'll really die. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He could judge the power of this attack. He could neither dodge nor block it. In his current state, he would undoubtedly die. So, he could only remove his restraints. Asterisk home. Asterisk the moment the refining array stone was taken into the mountain river world by Ling Xiao. A towering aura directly pierced the sky. The terrifying true essence storm actually blasted several towering trees in the surroundings into smithereens. Tai Shan looked at this little brat in surprise. He couldn't believe that this little brat not only did not summon his martial soul, but also sealed most of his true qi. yet he could still fight him to such an extent? Was he human or demon? Could it be that the rumors were true, that this guy was not human at all, but some kind of demon? However, it doesn't matter if you're human or demon, you'll still die. Tai Shan was full of confidence in his killing move. He simply didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block his terrifying attack. The huge 1,000-pound staff fell. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, appeared very relaxed. A smile actually appeared on that delicate and innocent face of a child. Sorry, Senior Brother Tai. I was just teasing you. Just as you said, this battle should be over. You've used your strongest attack. I've also achieved my goal. As he spoke, a huge shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a humanoid flame monster. It was the variant martial soul that he had taken from He Suwa. Ling Xiao gave it the name Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. Indeed, this was not the real Death Dark Flame Martial Soul, because Ling Xiao had not obtained the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. However, the flame deity was someone he had to defeat, and the flame deity had the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. He would sooner or later obtain it. At that time, the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul would live up to its name. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with naming it now. The huge flame monster stretched out its arm that was burning with dark flames. Following Ling Xiao's movement, it grabbed the 1,000-pound staff in midair. Bang! Flames danced in all directions. A fierce wind blew. The entire boulder was completely shattered in this collision. The flame monster's huge hand grabbed the 1,000-pound staff, and the two sides were in a deadlock. The fierce beasts within a 100-meter radius all fled. They knew how terrifying these two people were. If they stayed, they would only be affected and die, without a burial place. Idiot, my 1,000-pound staff is not something you can block. With a ferocious expression, Tai Shan let out a thunderous roar. Oh, is that so? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then stretched out his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Boom! In an instant, the flames followed the long staff and rushed towards Tai Shan. Tai Shan's huge body was enveloped by the blazing flames. The 1,000-pound rod lost control and fell to the ground, smashing a huge long crater in the ground. No! Tai Shan let out a miserable cry. He felt a terror he had never felt before. This was a kind of despair he had never felt before. He thought that he could kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, he did not even have the chance to escape. Withdraw! Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Tai Shan's martial soul was forcefully extracted from the guy's body, entering the mountain river realm. In the vast wasteland, a towering tree appeared. The warrior's body instantly shrank and finally fell to the ground, turning into charcoal. Oh no, I said I would leave your corpse intact. You looked like you were enjoying the fight and completely forgot about it. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and helplessly laughed bitterly. Looking at the corpse that had completely lost its vitality, Ling Xiao dug a hole at the side and buried it. Chapter 459. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look at the bodies of the cold-faced cultivator and the others. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many people in the past few days, but these people didn't wear any storage rings when they entered the mountain. They had given all their valuables to people they trusted. The cold-faced cultivator was no exception. He wasn't interested in corpses without storage rings. Even after killing the cold-faced cultivator, there's still Fairy Ling Long. Just you wait, Fairy Ling Long. We'll meet again soon, and when that time comes, it'll be your death. Dawn. The sun shone down on the earth. In the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range, a group of people was walking under the speckles of sunlight. They were cultivators who had entered the mountain to pick herbs. They wore special markings on their bodies, afraid that they would be targeted by the murderous Demon King. Fortunately, they were safe along the way. Hey, look, what's that? Amid the panic shouts, several cultivators looked forward. What a scene! In an open space, the trees were all burnt black, and in the middle of this charred land, several corpses were strewn about. Next to these corpses, there was a freshly filled grave with a stone tablet erected on top of it. Yuehua School, Taishan's grave. Below these words were the words, his death was justified. The cultivators looked at each other and cried out in fear. They didn't care about going into the mountain to pick herbs, turning around, and fleeing. Soon, the entire Shah family castle knew about this. Hey, did you hear? The cold-faced cultivator by Fairy Ling Long's side died. His head was separated from his body. He died a horrible death. That's nothing. Yuehua School's Taishan was a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm Grandmaster, but he was still killed. Was it done by that person? It must be. It's that young man with a bounty on his head. I heard that he's only 14 years old. How can he be so terrifying? In the past few days, there have been rumors that over 1,000 cultivators entered the mountain range to capture him. However, more than 500 died, and the rest fled. Isn't that obvious? He can even kill a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. No matter how many we send, it'll be useless. That Fairy Ling Long is such a hypocrite. Who knows how many men she has slept with in the past? Shoo, lower your voice. After all, the Shah family is still her territory. This time, she has found a core disciple from the Beast King Palace to help her. What's there to be afraid of? The cold-faced martial artist is already dead. Do you think that young man will let him live? In an instant, the Shah castle was abuzz with discussions. Many people who had been suppressed by Fairy Ling Long but did not dare to say anything were celebrating at home. The people they couldn't afford to offend had finally kicked an iron plate this time. The atmosphere in Ling Long's celestial palace became even more oppressive and oppressive. It was as if the black smoke that had accumulated there was coming out unceasingly. On the ground was the corpse of the cold-faced warrior and the charred hemlock. However, this time, other than Wang Shi, there were 3 more people in the hall. They were the other 3 of Meng Yuan's 4 wooden guests. They were Zhan Lu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu. Looking at the charred corpse, the 3 of them looked terrifyingly gloomy, as if they would explode at any time. Their eyes were full of strong killing intent. Senior brother, you must avenge Hemlock. You must tear that brat Ling Xiao into pieces. Don't leave even a trace of him alive. Qin Wu shouted angrily. That's right. The 4 of us are like brothers. Although we are not from the same family, we are from the same small sect. We became sworn brothers. We said we would live and die together. Wu Yang shouted, too. Their eyes were blood red, and their anger had almost condensed into a solid form. Zhan Lu nodded. He still remembered what Meng Yuan had told him when he left the Yuehua school. He had told him to keep a low profile and not to expose his killing intent to Ling Xiao in front of others. However, how could he hold back when he saw Hemlock's dead body? However, he also found it hard to believe. He knew about Ling Xiao. Moreover, Meng Yuan had given him all the detailed information about this person. He was an outer disciple. A month ago, his cultivation was between the peak of the Transcendent Realm 2nd layer and the early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. What was going on now? How could he kill Hemlock? Hemlock was an early Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator. Because he couldn't believe it, he even suspected that it was Beast King Palace's Wang Shi who did it. However, Wang Shi had an alibi. When Hemlock died, Wang Shi was discussing with Fairy Ling Long and some other cultivators about going into the mountain to kill Ling Xiao. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. If it was really Ling Xiao, he would definitely turn that guy into ashes. I advise the 3 of you to calm down. Wang Shi suddenly said coldly, although Tai Shan's cultivation is weaker then the three of you, it's actually not that much weaker. According to my previous investigation of the scene, that Ling Xiao didn't even suffer any serious injuries. After he killed Tai Shan, he left very easily. This shows that his strength is much stronger than Tai Shan's. Of course, he hoped that the people from Yuehua School would fight to the death. However, this was called speaking the opposite of the truth. If he urged the three of them to kill Ling Xiao, not only would he fail, but he would also be suspected. However, if he said this, the situation would be completely different. He believed that these three idiots would definitely reject his good intentions and insist on finding trouble with Ling Xiao. As for him, he would naturally be able to sit back and reap the benefits. Although he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, he felt that this brat was troublesome. If the people from Yuehua School could injure both sides, he would naturally be able to solve the problem more easily. Many thanks for Brother Wang's good intentions, but this bastard actually killed his fellow disciple. Moreover, he killed our junior brother, who was like a brother to us. He must die. Sure enough, Zhan Lu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu's thoughts were surprisingly in sync. Zhan Lu, who was originally a little calm, was now filled with killing intent. He could no longer remain calm. Miss Linglong, I'll have to trouble you to help me. Zhan Lu looked at Fairy Linglong and said, Please tell me, Senior Brother Zhan. I'll definitely do it. Fairy Linglong couldn't afford to offend anyone here. This incident this time was caused by her. She was already very lucky that Zhan Lu and the other two didn't find trouble with her. She didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Go and gather the martial artists now, and let them pretend to be herb gatherers. This Ling Xiao is very hypocritical. Although he killed many people in the past few days, he didn't kill any innocent people. This shows that he's selective when he kills. Zhan Lu said, These people don't have to attack Ling Xiao, and don't have any hostility towards Ling Xiao. They're just going into the mountains to pick herbs. If they accidentally find Ling Xiao, immediately release the signal flare without any hesitation. Understood. Fairy Linglong thought that this was a really good idea. This way, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to distinguish the real herb gatherers from the real hunters. I'll do it right away. Cold Face has been with me for many years. I'll definitely avenge him, no matter what. You guys don't object to me coming along, right? Wang Shi asked with a smile. Of course not. As long as we can reduce Ling Xiao to ashes, Brother Wang can do whatever you want. Chapter 460. The sunlight became scorching hot. Lathe temperature in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range suddenly rose, and it felt stuffy. Ling Xiao leaned against the shade of a tree and looked down the mountain. He was very curious. Why were there so many herb-gathering martial artists entering the Dragon Submission Mountain Range today? These people obviously did not have any enmity towards him. They were purely there to gather herbs. He was not someone who would kill innocent people. Naturally, he would not do anything to these people. While waiting, he did not forget to cultivate. The two-sword soul doppelgangers sat on either side of him, while his original body was playing with the chi sword in his hand. He had a feeling. The 9 Meridians chi sword could only display its true power after condensing 9 chi swords. It was just like how the shadow sword art could only begin to cultivate sword skills after condensing 13 sword shadow clones. It was the same logic. Therefore, he was anxious to raise the level of the 9 Meridians chi sword. It looked like he was playing with it, but he was actually comprehending it. Suddenly, he realized that there was something wrong with those herb-gathering martial artists. Ling Xiao had gathered herbs before, and he had learned the real skills from Yang Danlin. He remembered clearly what he needed to pay attention to during the process. But today, most of the herb-gathering martial artists did not pay attention to these basic skills. It was as if they knew nothing about herb gathering. Seeing this, he felt that something was wrong. He kept his sword soul doppelgangers and planned to capture someone to ask. If the other party was innocent, he would naturally let them go. But if they pretended to be herb-gathering martial artists to deal with him, that was too despicable. After a while, one of the herb-gathering martial artists was captured by Ling Xiao and brought to a hidden place. Tell me, what are you guys doing? Tell me the truth, and I can let you live. Otherwise, I will kill you. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk. These martial artists were already frightened by Ling Xiao's notoriety and did not dare to resist. We were forced to enter the mountain by Fairy Ling Long. She said that once she found your location, she would immediately send a signal flare to inform everyone. And as expected, Ling Xiao had always trusted his intuition. Now, it seemed that he was right. This woman had actually entered the mountain. Since they had entered the mountains, things would be much easier. It would not be easy to survive, but would it be difficult to die? Ling Xiao sneered and continued to ask, "How many of you are here? How strong are you?" Most of them are cultivators below the 5th layer of the transcendent realm, but there are 3 cultivators from Yuehua School who are all at the 7th layer of the transcendent realm, and 1 core disciple from Beast King Palace who is at the 8th layer of the transcendent realm. Not bad, not bad. You're very honest. Oh, right. You have a thunderbolt signal flare on you, right? Give it to me, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. But don't kill me. I really don't want to die. That woman forced us. All right, give me your storage ring. Then you can scram. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The martial artist hurriedly took off his storage ring and handed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao checked the storage ring and confirmed that there was nothing else on the martial artist's body, so he directly kicked him and said, "Scram!" After the martial artist left, Ling Xiao made some arrangements nearby and used up all the fire snake refining array stones he had on him. These bastards, since they don't fear death, I'll let them die. The power of the fire snake array was not static. As long as the materials were good enough and the technique was good enough, the power of the array would naturally be much greater. Ling Xiao's batch of fire snake refining array stones could easily kill a 3rd layer transcendent realm cultivator. Let's kill a batch first. Although a cultivator at the 4th layer of the transcendent realm or above would not be killed by the fire snake array, they would still be affected and would definitely be injured. I'll take my time. When this young master has nothing to do in the sect, I don't know any other spirit arrays, so I'll just focus on refining this fire snake array. After arranging everything, he directly fired the signal flare. In that instant, he felt an extremely powerful aura approaching him. TSK, TSK, you're all here. If we were outside, this young master might be afraid of you, but this is the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range. If you're not afraid of death, then come, I'll play you to death. Ling Xiao grinned meaningfully and quickly hid in the dark, leaving only the sword's soul clone to wait for the enemy. A moment later, the large group finally arrived. Ling Xiao noticed that Fairy Ling Long had been hiding behind a man all this while. If he was not mistaken, this man should be the 10th ranked core disciple of Beast King Palace, Wang Shi. His strength was only slightly inferior to Ying Wuya. There were also 3 other people whose information Yang Kai had gathered in his mind. Zhan Lu Wu Yang and Qin Wu, 3 of Meng Yuan's forward guests. He had killed Tai Shan, but as a result, these 3 people had chased after him. Their brotherhood was really deep. Even if they wanted to die, they would still rush over. Ling Xiao, let's see where you can run off to today. Fairy Ling Long saw Ling Xiao's sword soul clone standing there carelessly and scolded angrily. You actually killed so many cultivators. You're already the public enemy of the 12 sects. Hee hee, what a joke. You'd better worry about yourself. Soon, you'll be accompanying your cold-faced brother in hell. "Little bastard, you're so daring to kill your fellow disciples. If you surrender today, I'll let you off lightly and leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces." Without waiting for Fairy Linglong to speak, Qin Wu had already roared in anger. "Bullshit! If Tai Shan didn't come to kill me, I wouldn't have bothered to kill him. You 4 idiots have obviously been fooled by Meng Yuan and still haven't come to your senses. If you obediently scram today, I won't kill you on account of our brotherhood." Ling Xiao scolded. It was obvious that the guilty party was complaining first. This was too shameless. Could it be that if I lay there and let you kill me, I wouldn't be killing my fellow disciples? "Qin Wu, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill." Zhan Lu roared angrily and rushed out. "That kid has a top-notch gold-grade martial art manual on him. It belongs to whoever snatches it." At this moment, Fairy Linglong also shouted. She no longer cared about treasures. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, nothing else mattered. Otherwise, she felt that she would have a sleepless night. Snatch it! Why else would people say that birds die for food and men die for wealth? Those cultivators only hesitated for a moment before they pounced. Even if they knew that Ling Xiao had already killed hundreds of cultivators like them, their greed still made it impossible for them to sit back and do nothing about a top-notch gold-grade martial art manual. Fire Serpent Formation. Activate! Ling Xiao quickly recalled his Sword Soul doppelganger and activated the Fire Serpent Formation. In that instant, dozens of Fire Serpent formations were activated at the same time. Thousands of fire serpents flicked their tongues and spewed terrifying flames at those cultivators. These flames were modified by Ling Xiao using the dark flames of death, adding a terrifying death energy. Chapter 461. Of course, the saying that the death dark flame was tainted with certain death was a bit exaggerated, but there were still some methods to imitate such a situation. But there was no doubt that the death dark flame was really terrifying. There was no doubt about that. Pills refined with the death dark flame would be injected with the death attribute, turning into a terrifying poison pill. Unless it was mixed with other sacred flames, it was more poisonous than any poison in the world. See you later. After activating the fire snake array, Ling Xiao did not even look at the corpses on the ground. Listening to the continuous screams, he disappeared into the forest once again. "Chase, we can't let that kid escape." The fire snake array naturally could not do anything to Zhan Lu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, so they quickly caught up. As for Wang Shi, he did not seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he brought Fairy Linglong with him as he followed behind them, chatting idly with them. The more Zhan Lu and the others chased, the more frightened they became. Their cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, but they could only watch as Ling Xiao's figure got further and further away from them. No wonder when they were in the sect, someone said that this kid's movement technique was amazing. At that time, they thought it was just an exaggeration, but now it seemed that it was not an exaggeration. The 3 of them looked at each other and condensed their true essence on their feet, using a rare gold-grade movement technique to increase their speed. But even so, they were still getting further and further away from Ling Xiao, and they could no longer see his figure. "No, Senior Brother Zhan, let's use a magic treasure. This time, Senior Brother Meng Yuan gave each of us a magic treasure to increase our speed. Although it's a one-time use item, if we don't use it now, when will we?" Qin Wu shouted anxiously. "Okay." Zhan Lu nodded and took out a very exquisite scroll from his storage ring. Then he unfolded it. On the scroll, there was a drawing of a swallow spreading its wings. After silently reciting an incantation, the swallow disappeared, and a pair of faintly discernible wings appeared on Zhan Lu's body. This was a one-time use magic treasure, a secret scroll. If it could be used repeatedly, then it could be called an immortal grade artifact. The scrolls used by the other two were exactly the same. It seemed that in order to kill Ling Xiao, Meng Yuan had definitely spent a lot of money. It was unknown where he got such a thing from. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the use of the secret scroll, Swallow's wings, the speed of Jean Lu and the other two instantly increased by more than double. Although he couldn't fly, the distance and speed he was gliding instantly increased. In a short moment, he had already closed the distance between him and Ling Xiao. His back, which he could no longer see earlier, was now clearly visible. This Meng Yuan, if I don't kill him, I'm not a human. Noticing the sound of something breaking through the air behind him, Ling Xiao turned around to glance at it and couldn't help but curse. Was that? It was very difficult to make this kind of secret scroll. One needed to master the method of refining arrays and the method of extracting the divine text to succeed. Ordinary secret scrolls were brought over from other continents by martial artists. The price was frighteningly high. This thing was basically used as a tool to escape by martial artists in the Sky Dragon continent. He did not expect that these three fellows would use it to kill Ling Xiao. How extravagant! This made Ling Xiao's heart ache. How good would it be if he could snatch this thing? Ling Xiao, you will definitely die today. With the help of the secret scroll, Jean Lu took the lead. The distance between him and Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer. Wu Yang and Qin Wu's cultivation was slightly weaker than Jean Lu's. They were also using the secret scroll, but they fell behind. Jean Lu roared angrily. He released his true origin again, and his speed increased again. Vaguely, the shadow of a willow tree could be seen behind him. It was indeed the four-wooden guest. The previous one was the hemlock martial spirit, but this one was the willow martial spirit. Interesting. Looking at Jean Lu's ferocious expression, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "If you have the ability, come and chase me. Don't end up like the hemlock martial spirit." Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed his finger. A chi sword broke through the air. Power of celestial phenomenon, lightning sword. This chi sword contained the lightning celestial phenomenon and lightning celestial phenomenon from the 12 golden lotus arts. It was as though it had turned into a lightning sword as it flew towards Jean Lu. Break! As the chi sword flew, Jean Lu did not dare to be negligent. The long sword in his hand trembled. It was as soft as a willow branch. This fellow knew how to coordinate with his martial spirit. He specially chose a weapon like the soft sword. Willow sword art, flying willow strike. The soft sword suddenly straightened. His true origin condensed into dozens of willow branches and blasted towards Ling Xiao's lightning sword. Pa pa pa! Continuous sounds of collisions rang out, causing the surrounding trees to be blasted into flying branches and leaves. The thinner trees were directly blown apart, looking incomparably miserable. The ground was also full of potholes. There were even faint blue electric sparks. No wonder you were so arrogant back in the sect. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Your attack is actually slightly weaker than mine. Jean Lu was astonished. However, he had also determined that Ling Xiao's approximate strength was definitely inferior to his. After all, he had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. His opponent was weaker than him. He estimated that his opponent's strength was around 70 to 80% of his. With this strength, with this brat's craftiness, it wouldn't be surprising if he could kill Tai Shan. Thinking of this, he kicked off a tree. Borrowing the rebound force, his body rushed out dozens of meters. The power of the secret technique scroll was indeed extraordinary. Normally, it would be good if he could jump out 10 meters. Little bastard, die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to the dead Tai Shan. And hey, Suwa. Jean Lu was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Thinking of the dead Tai Shan and He Suo, his anger grew. Tai Shan was his sworn brother, and He Suo was his benefactor. He had to avenge them. However, when a person was blinded by hatred, it was easy to lose the ability to think calmly. He didn't notice that Wu Yang and Qin Wu, who were less than 10 meters behind him, had disappeared at some point. Ling Xiao seemed to be running away, but in fact, he was luring Zhan Lu into a one-on-one battle. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to win in a one-on-three battle, even if he used his ancient golden dragon form. In a one-on-one battle, his chances of winning were much higher. Of course, the most important thing was that he had to avoid Wang Shi. That guy was the biggest threat. With his current strength, it was unlikely that he would be Wang Shi's opponent. After all, a transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator was too strong. Idiot, catch up to me first before you talk about revenge. Ling Xiao glanced back at Zhan Lu, mainly to confirm whether the others had caught up. With his eyes, he could see several kilometers away without a problem. At this time, Wu Yang and Qin Wu were like headless mosquitoes, running around in the jungle. Chapter 462. The direction that Ling Xiao was escaping in was the place with the most beasts. It wasn't strange to encounter beasts there. Because he and Zhan Lu were too fast, many beasts couldn't catch up with them. On the other hand, the king snake chased after it slowly, but it was stopped by the lava beast. Soon, Wu Yang and Qin Wu also encountered trouble. When they chased into a dense forest, they suddenly felt a terrifying gust of wind coming from all directions. The speed was very fast, and the angle was very tricky. Their faces turned cold as they took out their weapons. Relying on their instincts as warriors, they attacked in the direction with the greatest threat. Uft! This was the sound of sharp blades cutting through the beasts' bodies. In the silent forest, it was especially ear-piercing. A woo, two shrill screams were heard. Bang! On the ground, a wolf the size of an adult fell. It's a wind-tailed wolf. Two wind-tailed wolves at the peak of level 2 were bleeding and struggling on the ground. Wu Yang and Qin Wu didn't have any intention to finish them off. This was because they knew that wind-tailed wolves appeared in packs. They had to leave quickly. Their judgment wasn't wrong, but it was a pity that they were a step too late. More wind-tailed wolves attacked fearlessly in the forest. This made Wu Yang and Qin Wu's faces turn ugly. They had already lost track of Ling Xiao and Zhan Lu. Now that they were stopped, although they weren't afraid of these guys, their speed was delayed again. This made them very unhappy. Is senior brother Zhan Lu all right? Their senior brother Zhan Lu suddenly realized that Ling Xiao had stopped. This made him a little surprised. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be running for his life after being chased by them. Now that he suddenly stopped, this wasn't normal. He turned around to take a look. Suddenly, he understood what had happened. Humph, do you think that you can win just because I'm alone? In a while, you'll feel that you've made a stupid and ignorant mistake. Zhan Lu snorted as he looked at the calm Ling Xiao. As expected of a good brother, even the way you speak is the same. That Tai Shan also said the same thing to me. Unfortunately, the one who died in the end wasn't me, but him. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Today, you will naturally follow in his footsteps." Idiot! Zhan Lu sneered. Tai Shan is only at the early stage of the transcendent realm, while I am at the late stage of the transcendent realm. Not only that, I also received guidance from senior brother Meng Yuan and learned a superior gold-grade martial art. You comparing me to him is a very ignorant thing to do. Oh, really? Why do you people refuse to believe me when I tell the truth? Since that's the case, I'll let you experience how it feels when the fear of death descends upon you. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more words and directly removed the array refining stone. Now that Zhan Lu Luo was alone, he had the strength to fight. If the other people rushed over, it would be difficult. Therefore, unlike when he was dealing with Hemlock, he was prepared to go all out from the start, and his full strength was naturally reduced. He generally wouldn't use his human dragon form or ancient golden dragon form easily. I heard that you found an ancient cultivator's cave mansion here and took a lot of good things. Now, obediently hand over the treasures, and I will promise to leave your corpse intact. Jean-Lou's purpose didn't seem to be simple revenge. He was also very interested in the ancient cultivator's cave mansion. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then beckoned with his hand. That's right, I found an ancient cultivator's cave mansion and obtained a lot of good things, including a superior gold-grade martial art. If you have the guts, come and take it. Superior gold-grade martial art. Hearing these words, Jean-Lou's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This was a martial art that even core disciples would find difficult to cultivate, but Ling Xiao actually obtained it from an ancient cultivator's cave mansion. This brat shouldn't be lying, because there was no need to. Anyway, even if there wasn't a superior gold-grade martial art, there must be something else. After killing this brat, he would first take his storage ring for himself. Thinking of this, the flexible sword in Jean-Lou's hand straightened again, then pointed at Ling Xiao. His true origins suddenly exploded, and the flexible sword seemed to have a life of its own, showing a rich green color. The fighting method of combining martial soul and martial arts seemed to be systematically taught in the inner sect, and not unique to Ling Xiao. Little bastard, since you are unwilling to hand over the treasures, I can only chop off your head to complete the task. As for your corpse, I will use it as a sacrifice to my good brother, Hemlock. After speaking, Jean-Loup suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body shot out. The flexible sword in his hand emitted a bright green light, and actually shot towards Ling Xiao along with dozens of willow branches. The willow tree's shadow behind him was constantly shaking, and the green light was shining brightly. Feeling the sharp sword chi rushing towards him, Ling Xiao's expression was still as indifferent as before. During a battle, unless he was happy, he would not easily reveal his thoughts on his face. His face was basically expressionless in battle. Yang Kai had to admit that Jean-Loup was indeed much stronger than Hemlock. The difference between the late 7th layer Transcendent Realm and the early Transcendent Realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. On the path of cultivation, the further one progressed, the greater the gap between each stage. Even the gap between minor realms was far greater than the gap between the Martial Vein Realm and the first half of the Transcendent Realm. The 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm was called the Divine Valor stage. Divine valor, as the name implied, meant that one was as brave and invincible as a god. When a transcendent reached this stage, the gap between them and the previous stages was basically widening. This was also the reason why only after reaching the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm could one become a core disciple. The Divine Valor stage was divided into 5 stages: early stage, intermediate stage, late stage, peak, and invincible. The latter stages were all the same, and there was a big difference between them and the previous stages. In the previous stages, as long as one cultivated to the peak, they could break through, but from the Divine Valor stage onwards, every time one advanced, a minor realm would be added, and the difficulty of breaking through would continue to increase. Ling Xiao was at the 5th layer of the Transcendent Realm, which was the so-called Divine Force stage. At this stage, because of the previous cultivation, one's soul, true chi, and body had fused into one, allowing one to erupt with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator. An ordinary cultivator had a strength of 5 to 6,000 jin. The more outstanding ones could reach 7 to 8,000 jin, or even 10,000 jin. An early Divine Force cultivator fighting a late Divine Valor cultivator was definitely not an easy task. Ling Xiao now understood very well that if he did not use his ancient golden dragon form, facing Zhan Lu, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. He did not have an absolute advantage. It looks like I'll have to suffer some injuries. Ling Xiao frowned, but immediately relaxed. If he could successfully kill Zhan Lu, so what if he suffered some injuries? Chapter 463. Seeing Zhan Lu's attack, a hemlock shadow suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao's back. Sharp spikes shot out from the ground and attacked Zhan Lu. Seeing the hemlock martial spirit, Zhan Lu was shocked, not because of its power, but because this hemlock martial spirit was his good brother's martial spirit. Pa pa pa, amidst the continuous collision, the hemlock spikes and the green willow branches almost completely destroyed each other. This was all thanks to Zhan Lu being distracted. The moment Ling Xiao used the hemlock martial spirit, the power of his move was greatly reduced. Bastard, you actually stole my brother's martial spirit. If I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Zhan Lu roared. Ling Xiao picked his ears and chuckled. I say, senior brother Zhan Lu, you've said the same words more than once. Can you not repeat it? My ears are about to grow calluses. If you want to kill me, just come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Humph, if you only have this bit of ability, then you won't be able to escape the fate of being torn into pieces today. Not only will I take everything from you, but I will also kill all your friends. Zhan Lu's expression became sinister. Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and those ignorant outer sect disciples who flattered you, they all have to die. None of them can live. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. His expression became gloomy. In his eyes, killing intent completely condensed together and turned into a solid line of sight. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would be enraged. Ling Xiao's reverse scale was his family and friends. If Zhan Lu was purely threatening him, he might still be able to keep his corpse intact. But he used Ling Xiao's friends to threaten him. Then what awaited him was truly being torn into pieces. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly soared. Ling Xiao had always been unwilling to enter the human dragon form. But now he didn't think so anymore. If he wanted to tear Zhan Lu into pieces, it was impossible to do so without entering the human dragon form. In the forest, there were many ferocious beasts spying on the battle between the two. The moment Ling Xiao entered the human dragon form, they all trembled and then prostrated themselves on the ground to worship him. Zhan Lu, who was staring at Ling Xiao, felt an intense uneasiness in his heart. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger, and his appearance seemed to have changed quite a bit. A bluff? This person didn't seem to be a bluff. Kill. I'm not going to continue waiting. Zhan Lu didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning, but he definitely wouldn't allow him to succeed. He had to kill him. Before Ling did this, Zhan Lu's aura instantly soared, and the willow tree behind him became more and more realistic. Its green color was also as green as jade. Zhilu was as tall as a tree. Luas the willow tree was very beautiful, but a willow tree that had turned into a martial spirit was extremely terrifying. Lu, dies Zhan Lu. Zhan Lu roared angrily, and even more willow branches appeared around his body. They were like sharp arrows, and there were close to 1,000 of them. Each willow branch could kill a 5th-level transcendent realm cultivator with God force. So what if Ling Xiao was stronger than ordinary cultivators with God force? If one willow branch couldn't solve a problem, then 2 willow branches would do. What a pity! The moment I entered this form, you were destined to fail. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning danced around him. The terrifying true qi caused countless ferocious beasts to tremble in fear as they looked at this guy who was like a demon god. Wind, thunder, rain, and lightning, Iron Fur King. 10,000 trees fell. Only Iron Fur King. Celestial phenomenon power. Iron Fur's fury. the pure celestial phenomenon power, was integrated into the iron fur martial spirit, erupting with a terrifying power. The roots that were originally buried in the ground turned into sharp swords, with Ling Xiao as the center. The world energy between heaven and earth madly surged. The world energy and elements that were almost visible to the naked eye were madly injected into the iron fur martial spirit. At the same time, more and more sharp swords condensed around Ling Xiao, and they became stronger and stronger. These swords were wrapped in the power of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. It was as if a storm was coming, shaking the world. Following his voice, Zhan Lu slowly spoke. Close to 10,000 spiked longswords tore through the void, causing the entire space to distort in an instant. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. All he could see was Zhan Lu's terrified and incredulous expression. It wasn't that he had never seen iron fur martial spirit before, but he had never seen it with such power. This was simply too strange. Countless swords pierced towards Zhan Lu, instantly cutting off his thoughts. He didn't dare to escape. He knew very well what would happen if he turned his back on these swords. What a terrifying little beast. No wonder He Suo and Iron Fur both fell at his hands. He is clearly only an early-stage transcendent realm fifth-layer cultivator. So how can he launch such a terrifying attack? Is it related to his strange form? Without any time to think, Zhan Lu madly increased his true qi, even swallowing a high-rank true essence pill. His willow branches also grew by several thousand before shooting out. He didn't believe that with his late-stage transcendent realm seventh-layer cultivation, he couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack. Asterisk, pung 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 pung. Asterisk, a series of crashing sounds rang out. The vicious beasts hiding in the forest finally had time to raise their heads. Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Wang Shi, and Fairy Ling Long also arrived at this time. In their eyes, they saw an unbelievable scene. At this moment, Zhan Lu's body was being cut to pieces. Countless spikes and long swords pierced into his body. His body was shattered in an instant. The vicious beasts and humans all sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't understand how an early-stage transcendent realm fifth-layer cultivator could injure a late-stage transcendent realm seventh-layer cultivator to such an extent. Ling Xiao's side was completely obscured by the dazzling light, so he couldn't see what was happening. However, countless willow branches were constantly being shot out, hitting the nearby rocks and trees, causing them to explode. From this, it could be seen that even if Ling Xiao was injured, it wouldn't be as serious as Zhan Lu's. This battle, this cruel reality, caused Wu Yang and Qin Wu's bodies to tremble. Before, they were worried that Zhan Lu would covet Ling Xiao's treasures and take them for himself. Now, it seemed that their worries were in the wrong direction. What they should be worried about the most was whether their senior brother, Zhan Lu, would be able to survive this battle. The smoke and dust that filled the air finally dissipated. The young man's figure also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His face was slightly pale, and there were many bloody scars and holes on his body. Obviously, he had suffered heavy injuries in this battle. However, compared to Zhan Lu's shattered body, he was naturally in a much better condition. At this time, Ling Xiao had already withdrawn his dragon form. Those who had seen this form were all dead, so he didn't want to expose this secret. He could keep his dragon form a secret for as long as possible. After all, the longer he kept it a secret, the longer he could use this trump card. For him, there was absolutely no harm in keeping it a secret. The reason why he had to withdraw it now was because he couldn't kill these 4 people who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 464. Ling Xiao just stood there, the wounds on his body healing rapidly. The heavenly dragon golden body's terrifying regenerative ability was really amazing. His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent as he stared at the four people who had arrived late. No one knew what he was thinking, although his injuries were not light, and he had consumed a lot of energy. Being able to kill Zhan Lu in one blow still made Ling Xiao ecstatic. He had basically tested his strongest combat strength without entering the ancient golden dragon form. Facing an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator, he could definitely defeat them. Of course, the premise was that the opponent did not have a stronger artifact, martial skill, or martial soul than him. Otherwise, there would definitely be some accidents in the battle. Kill him. Qin Wu and Wu Yang suddenly woke up from their shock. Although they were frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength, Zhan Lu was clearly injured. But now, Ling Xiao was obviously heavily injured. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, he might not have another chance in the future. Are you still not going to make a move? This person's cultivation has reached such a terrifying level at such a young age, and his combat strength is so strong. If you leave him alive, he will definitely become a nightmare for you in the future. Wang Shi said coldly. If you don't make a move, then I will kill him, but don't even think about taking a single thing from him. Ling Xiao's terrifying strength had already made Wang Shi feel a deep sense of dread. He finally understood why Xi Mei was killed by Ling Xiao. Facing this guy, even he, an 8th-level transcendent realm cultivator, felt a deep sense of fear, let alone others. Fortunately, this boy's cultivation was still shallow, and he was seriously injured. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Let's attack together. We can't let him escape. This guy is almost at his limit. As long as we can kill him, we can give up everything. Wu Yang and Qin Wu glanced at Wang Shi and said, even in the face of the heavily injured Ling Xiao, they were still frightened. Because Zhan Lu's death was too horrifying, he was definitely dismembered into 10,000 pieces. Now, they just wanted Ling Xiao to die quickly. They did not even care about the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Good. Wang Shi revealed a smug smile. He thought that if he made a move, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was waiting for those idiots from Yuehua School to say something. Now, he finally found an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shi suddenly shot out like a poisonous snake that suddenly attacked its prey. That instantaneous speed was simply terrifying to the extreme. Hee, I was waiting for you to make a move. Ling Xiao's laughter rang out, and Wang Shi's expression changed drastically. Be careful, Ling Long. He instantly understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words, but it was too late. Ah! A miserable shriek resounded through the clouds. The peerless beauty Fairy Ling Long had died for no apparent reason. In the sky, the youth floated there with 2 huge dragon wings on his back. Fairy Ling Long's corpse was in his hands. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. How could a human have wings? Even a cultivator with a flight-type martial soul in the transcendent realm would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Do you want her? I'll return her to you. Ling Xiao threw Fairy Ling Long's corpse away as he watched Wang Shi pounce over again. This woman's inferior dragon martial soul had already been absorbed by him, so there was no point in keeping her corpse. He did not have the bad habit of harming corpses. Goodbye, everyone. Ling Xiao will remember the kindness of killing me today. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely let you all have a taste of revenge. By the time he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared into the layers of mist. His flying speed was simply too fast. His goal was the 1,000 Ghost Forest. That was his final destination after leaving Yuehua School this time. You better find a place to heal quickly. After suffering such serious injuries, relying solely on the self-recovery of the Sky Dragon Golden Body is definitely not enough. The Yuan Venerate's voice was heard from the Beast Ring. There's no hurry. We'll talk about it after we reach the Thousand Ghost Forest. Master, you are underestimating the Sky Dragon Golden Body too much. If you don't kill me in one go, I won't die. Its recovery ability is definitely beyond your imagination. As he spoke, Ling Xiao flapped his wings and sped off into the distance. Even though he could only fly for 10 minutes, he might have to stop and rest after 5 minutes because of his injuries. However, after 5 minutes, he would already be hundreds of miles away. Wang Shi and the others would not be able to catch up. During the flight, his body was constantly healing itself. Ling Xiao did not use any medicine to help heal his injuries. If his body relied on medicine, its recovery ability would be greatly reduced. Right now, he had to constantly stimulate his body's potential and let it remember this feeling. The place where Ling Xiao had been injured was actually about 250 miles away from the Thousand Ghost Forest. After flying for a while, he chose a more secluded place to land. Then, he planned to wait until his injuries were fully healed before heading out to search the Thousand Ghost Forest. This place should be very safe, as Wang Shi and the others would definitely not dare chase after him. If he did not have a Yuan Venerate master accompanying him, he would not have dared to enter this place rashly. After all, once he entered, it would not be easy to leave. Every year, many transcendent realm cultivators would mistakenly enter this place and die here. This was also a cave. Ling Xiao was still very cautious as he set up a spirit array at the entrance of the cave. Then he took out the ice bed and began to cultivate. After the battle, his true qi was almost depleted. Coupled with the fact that he had flown all the way here, his 9 martial veins were basically empty. The moment he sat on the ice bed, the remaining medicinal efficacy of the 100-year 9-dragon quenching essence pill in his body was completely stimulated. Then the surrounding spirit qi was instantly drawn over and started to madly pour into his body. Most cultivators could convert 1/10,000th of the spirit qi into their own true qi, which was already very good. Genius cultivators could only convert 1/10,000th. Only a very few monstrous cultivators could convert 100th. However, Ling Xiao could convert 100% of the spirit qi. Unfortunately, the capacity of his martial veins was limited, and so was their strength. Otherwise, if he simply absorbed the spirit qi without limit, his cultivation speed would be much faster than it was now. The spirit qi in the Thousand Ghost Forest was denser than the place he had stayed in before. Ling Xiao felt that it was more than 10 times denser. No wonder his master kept telling him to come here. Just the spirit qi alone was enough to make people go crazy. It was Ling Xiao's first time here, so he naturally absorbed the spirit qi crazily. He only stopped when his martial veins reached their limit. At this time, not only had his true qi completely recovered, but his cultivation had also advanced from the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 5th level to the mid-stage of the Divine Force realm. Sure enough, the difficulty of advancing was getting higher and higher. In the past, absorbing so much spirit qi would have allowed him to advance by at least a large realm. Chapter 465. Ling Xiao had also completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the 100-year 9-dragon quenching origin pill in his body as his cultivation base had broken through. This time, he had completely absorbed it and had to find new materials to refine new elixirs. Now you understand why Master brought you out. Only battles that challenge your limits can stimulate your body and allow you to break through your limits. If you just stay in the sect, you will be like a small flower under the shade of a tree. You simply won't be able to grow. The Yuan Venerate's voice was heard once again. Ling Xiao nodded. Disciple will remember Master's words. Disciple has indeed benefited greatly from the continuous battles over the past few days. In the past, Most of the battles had been one-on-one or one-on-many battles in the arena. True combat experience simply couldn't be honed. However, the battles over the past few days had been completely different. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range was a very complicated place. Not only did one have to face enemies, but they also had to face dire beasts that could appear at any time. Everything had to be done carefully. He opened his eyes, stood up, and began to observe the situation in the cave. Previously, he had only taken a few casual glances because he had been in a hurry to cultivate. Now that he took a closer look, the cave was actually quite beautiful. The light-absorbing array in the cave was new, so it had probably been set up by the Yuan Venerate. It seemed like someone had lived here before. However, this person's fate hadn't been too good, as Ling Xiao saw a dried corpse lying on the bed. That was a dried corpse that had already had its blood sucked dry. Perhaps it was precisely because it was dry that the corpse hadn't rotted. What exactly had happened here? Could this person have been a resident of Green Valley? Or could it have been a martialist who had mistakenly entered? That fellow was a 9th-level transcendent realm martialist who had his blood sucked dry. The most frightening thing was that he wasn't injured while he was alive. In other words, the person who attacked him was much stronger than him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill him in such a manner. The Yuan Venerate's words made Ling Xiao's hair stand on end. It was no wonder it was rumored that only sky humans dared to explore the Thousand Ghost Forest. Martialists of other cultivation bases would definitely be courting death if they came. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, this was indeed the case. "Master, why did you ask me to come to the Thousand Ghost Forest?" "There are 2 reasons. The first is to continue searching for materials to refine the 100-year 9-dragon quenching origin pill. Before returning to the sect, you must raise your cultivation to the transcendent realm 6th layer, which is the so-called fusion stage. At that time, even if you exhale, you will have the force of 10,000 Jin. The second reason is to investigate the secrets of the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. I forgot to tell you, but this is a level 10 mission from the Yuehua School. In other words, only Skyman realm experts are qualified to accept this mission. After you complete it, go back and do Wanghan Tianzuan a favor and ask him to help you find the Dragon Emperor Protective Art." Dragon Emperor's Protective Art. Ling Xiao did not forget that this was a defensive martial art that Master Bai Yun had taught him before he entered Yuehua School. Although it was of the same origin as the 9 transformation golden body technique and the heavenly dragon golden body, it was of a higher grade. Now, Ling Xiao felt that his heavenly dragon golden body seemed to have stagnated after reaching the 5th level. He suspected that the key to solving this problem was in the Dragon Emperor Protective Art. However, the problem was that he had not found this martial art in the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. He had once told his master, Yuan Venerate, about this. He had not expected that his master would still remember it. "As long as I get first place in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, I will be able to become the disciple of the Moon Lady. Wouldn't it be easier to obtain the Dragon Emperor Protective Art than, to be honest, Ling Xiao did not think that Wanghan Tianzuan would be able to obtain the Dragon Emperor Protective Art. Although Wanghan Tianzuan's status in the Yuehua School wasn't low, it was obviously inferior to the Moon Lady. "Do you really think you can get first place?" Yuan Venerate asked. "How can I, Ling Xiao, survive if I don't even have this much confidence?" Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from his powerful mountain river martial soul, as well as the ancient golden dragon hidden within it. His confidence wasn't arrogance. It was based on his own strength. "All right, since you feel that way, don't investigate the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts anymore. Focus on cultivating. When your cultivation reaches the 6th level transcendent realm, It should be almost time for us to return to the Yuehua school, Yuan Venerate said after some thought. Since we're here, why don't we go? Since I'm already here, how can I not do it? I might as well do some investigation. After all, I owe the great Frost Skylord a favor. It's good enough to return a favor to her. Moreover, I don't think she would pay me a favor. She has to give me something. Ling Xiao chuckled. You little brat, you're really good at scheming. However, during your cultivation, don't forget your alchemy and alchemy skills. You'll have to refine all the pills yourself. Next, I'm going to teach you a few of the simpler methods of making secret scrolls. After you kill the ferocious beasts, you can extract the divine text and use the alchemy method to integrate it into the scrolls. Yuan Venerate chuckled. Mystic technique scrolls? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard this. The mystic technique scrolls that John Lu and the other two fellows had used had really opened his eyes. Furthermore, no one in the Sky Dragon continent knew how to refine them. In other words, once Ling Xiao learned how to refine them, he wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. Over the next 2 days, Ling Xiao allowed his main body to consolidate his cultivation base while creating 2 sword soul clones. One continued to cultivate the 9 Meridian Aura Sword, while the other followed the Yuan Venerate to learn how to create mystic technique scrolls. Speaking of which, the process of creating mystic technique scrolls was actually quite simple. There were 3 main types of materials. Firstly, the materials used to draw the holy text could be cloth, animal skin, tree leaves, paper, and so on. Different materials would naturally have different effects. The best materials were naturally materials with special attributes. Ling Xiao chose animal skin for this purpose. In any case, there were many dire beasts in the forest of 1,000 ghosts for the time being. Just killing one would be enough for a long time. Second, the divine text. This was also the most crucial material. The divine text had to be extracted from the bodies of demonic beasts, dire beasts, and other types of beasts. It could also be extracted from some plants. The might of the divine text would also differ depending on the strength and age of the beasts. Generally speaking, the characteristics of the divine text were related to the offensive capabilities of the beasts. Third, the inner core. This material wasn't essential. However, if it was paired with the inner core of a beast, it would produce a better effect. Therefore, an outstanding array formation master would definitely use it. Once he had these 3 materials, he could use various arrays to fuse them together and form the mystic technique scroll. During these 2 days, the Yuan Venerate didn't help. Whether it was killing dire beasts, extracting the divine text, obtaining the inner core, or even the refining process, everything was done by Ling Xiao alone. The Yuan Venerate was shocked as he watched the busy Ling Xiao. Chapter 466. This was the first time Ling Xiao had created a mystic technique scroll. Although he had created the same type of mystic technique scroll, he was able to guarantee a 100% success rate. Even the Yuan Venerate, who had been known as an exceptional genius, didn't have such an ability. Master, here are a total of 100 mortal-grade treasure tiger roar mystic technique scrolls. All of them were successful. Your disciple's talent isn't bad, right? Ling Xiao asked excitedly as he held the mystic technique scroll he had refined. Well, it's passable. The Yuan Venerate felt that he couldn't let this kid get too arrogant. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he went astray in the future. The Tiger Roar Mystic Technique was a mystic technique scroll that could suddenly release a tiger roar that could cause a sound wave attack on the enemy. No matter what kind of martialist it was, it would affect them to some extent. Of course, the lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. A mortal-grade treasure mystic technique scroll could generally affect martialists below the transcendent realm 3rd level. It could even stun the opponent for a moment if it was suddenly unleashed. martialists with weaker cultivation and weaker bodies might even die on the spot. All right, my injuries have already healed over the past 2 days. I also understand the method of creating the mystic technique scroll. Next, I should be looking for medicinal ingredients to refine another 100-year 9-dragon quenching origin pill, right? Ling Xiao asked. Boom. Just as the Yuan Venerate was speaking, the entire cave suddenly shook. Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate exchanged a glance before the two of them rushed out of the cave at the same time. Outside the cave, they realized that the explosion had come from quite a distance. It had probably come from a few miles away. Ling Xiao's eyesight was outstanding. He used his mountain river martial soul to take a closer look. About 6 to 7 miles away, there was actually a strange-looking 3-headed tiger. Damn, Master, what the hell is that 3-headed tiger? How can it be so powerful? I feel that it isn't just an evil beast, right? Yes, that isn't an evil beast. That fellow should be one of the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire, the evil beast demon king. I didn't expect that fellow's cultivation to have recovered to such a terrifying level. The Yuan Venerate's eyesight wasn't any worse than Ling Xiao's. Thus, he knew more than Ling Xiao, evil beast demon king. Upon hearing this name, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he revealed a look of ecstasy. This time, coming to the 1,000 Ghost Forest was the right choice. Previously, he wanted to complete his 9 devil divine arts. They had already replenished the plague demon king, and now they had encountered the evil beast demon king. If this wasn't luck, then what was? However, the evil beast demon king's cultivation seemed to have recovered more completely than the plague demon king. Master, what realm is this evil beast demon king at? Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and asked. In front of such a powerful monster, Ling Xiao felt that he had no chance of resisting. Initial Yin-Yang realm. Yuan Venerate's voice trembled. There are Yin-Yang realm existences on the Sky Dragon continent. How could this be? The so-called Yin-Yang realm meant that one could understand both Yin and Yang. Even if one died, they would have a way to revive. This was above the Grotto Heaven realm. However, the strongest martialists on the Sky Dragon continent were only at the Grotto Heaven realm. The evil beast demon king had actually recovered to the Yin-Yang realm. This was too frightening. If he wanted to, wouldn't he be able to destroy the entire Sky Dragon continent? However, someone actually dares to provoke the Yin-Yang realm evil beast demon king. This person's cultivation is probably not weak. At the very least, they should be at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. Yuan Venerate analyzed. It's a woman. Master, I think I've seen this woman before. Ling Xiao frowned. Her aura is very similar to the Desperation Tower Master of the Yuehua school. Is it really her? I can't be sure, but it should be close. I think she must have accepted that level 10 mission. Who would have thought that she would encounter the Yin-Yang realm evil beast demon king here? Ling Xiao shook his head. I'll go over and take a look. Be careful. This kind of battle between powerhouses is very frightening. The slightest mistake could result in death. Think carefully. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Don't worry, Master. Don't forget that I have a martial soul clone. He smiled and put the Yuan Venerate back into the beast ring before moving in that direction. Above the sky was a blazing sun. Frightening energy fluctuations were constantly surging in the sky. It was as if divine thunder was descending from the sky, as loud booming sounds were constantly heard. Even though he was several kilometers away, Ling Xiao could still feel his heart beating faster. He had seen many powerhouses before, but he had never seen a Grotto Heaven realm powerhouse, let alone a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse. Even Yuehua School's sect master, Chang Yueying didn't give him that much pressure. He guessed that Chang Yueying might be a top powerhouse at the Sky Realm, but she definitely hadn't reached the Grotto Heaven realm yet. As he moved forward, Ling Xiao used all his quintessential essence on the Sky Dragon golden body, including his spirit power, to protect himself. At the moment, he couldn't even think about attacking anyone. If he wanted to get close to those two terrifying fellows, he first had to make sure that his body wouldn't explode from the terrifying quintessential essence fluctuations. If that person was really the Desperation Tower Master, then things would be interesting. This person had actually dared to provoke the Yin-Yang Realm Evil Beast Demon King. Just as Yuan Venerate Master had said, the weakest cultivation base was probably at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. Furthermore, Ling Xiao speculated that she might have some other treasures on her. Otherwise, the Desperation Tower Master definitely wouldn't be a match for the Evil Beast Demon King, given the large gap in their cultivation base. The Evil Beast Demon King should have recovered much earlier than the Plague Demon King, which was why he had recovered such terrifying strength. Now, the secret of the Thousand Ghost Forest had been easily solved. The martialists that had disappeared hadn't been captured by ghosts. Instead, they had become materials for the Evil Beast Demon King to recover his cultivation base. The Evil Beast Demon King was actually so cautious. He had already reached such a high cultivation base, yet he still wasn't willing to come out. Could there be something on the Sky Dragon continent that could still restrain him? Although Ling Xiao was thinking about these things, his eyes were fixed on the battle in the sky. A black light dominated almost the entire sky. That was the Evil Beast Demon King's quintessential essence power. There was also a small but very condensed blue light that wouldn't disperse. That should be the opponent's quintessential essence power. The black quintessential essence that approached the blue light couldn't advance any further. Ling Xiao sighed. This woman was smart. Regardless of whether she was the Desperation Tower Master or not, this was the wisest way to do things. In terms of total quintessential essence, she was obviously inferior to the Evil Beast Demon King. Thus, she chose not to waste her quintessential essence and condensed it around her body. In this way, her quintessential essence would have the advantage in a small area. Although the Evil Beast Demon King was terrifying, his quintessential essence covered the sky and spread out too much. It was better to condense it like this. Chapter 467. Goo. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of power was too shocking. He was still 3 or 4 li away from the battlefield, but he felt like an ordinary person walking in the opposite direction of a terrifying typhoon. Not only was it difficult to breathe, but it was also difficult to move an inch. This is a true master, a true martial artist. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He had always longed to become stronger, but he never had a reference point. At first, he thought that a 7th level martial vein realm martial artist like the Ling family's old man was a true master, but it turned out that he wasn't. Later, he thought that a peak 9th level martial vein realm martial artist like Lindsay was a true master, but it turned out that he wasn't. Later, he met the transcendent realm grandmaster Bai Yun. He thought that this was the entire world, that this was the most terrifying martial artist, but he was even more wrong. When he met He Sua, he gradually understood that the transcendent realm was only the beginning of the path of martial artists. The flame deity was a true master. He could cover the sky with one hand and easily take a person's life. Now, he felt that he had always been laughable. There was no upper limit to the path of martial artists. Only when you become stronger will you be able to meet more and more powerful people, and the world will become more exciting as a result. Now that he saw the battle between these two masters, he thought that there might be even more terrifying martial artists above them. The frog at the bottom of the well finally jumped out of the well. Even though it was in a bigger well, at the very least, it knew that what it saw was still not the entire sky. The profound world was very large. Northern Han was only a small vassal state of the human race's sacred dynasty, and the human race's sacred dynasty was a country on the Heavenly Dragon continent. As for the Heavenly Dragon continent, it was the weakest of the 13 continents in the profound world. Not to mention, other than the 13 continents, the profound world also had countless islands and secret realms. The profound world was very large, and there were many experts. Yin Yang, Realm Master, might not be that strong outside of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The aura of the ancient golden dragon in his body began to flow into his martial vein. His body gradually entered the form of a human dragon. In this form, although the pressure was still great, it was much easier than before. He spread his wings and sped up. When he was 1 li away from the battlefield, he finally stopped. In a battle of this level, everyone within a 1-mile radius would be affected. He didn't want to court death. Furthermore, at this distance, with the ability granted to him by the mountain and river martial spirit, he could already see the subtle movements of both sides. They could hear the slightest sounds from both sides. After finding a convenient place to escape, Ling Xiao quietly hid. He had come to watch the battle, not to fight. Therefore, the aura he released did not contain any killing intent. Furthermore, he had used the model of the mountain river martial spirit to make his aura more similar to the trees in the Thousand Ghost Forest. This way, even experts of that level would not be able to discover him. Watching the battle from such a close distance was indeed very satisfying. That kind of intuitive feeling made his blood boil. The battle between the two of them had completely exceeded the limits of existing martial arts. There were many attacks and defenses that Ling Xiao could not analyze at all. Even the mountain river martial spirit couldn't do it. From this, it could be seen that the level of the mountain river martial spirit was still too low. Ever since he knew the division of martial spirits, he vaguely felt that the mountain river martial spirit was still in the state of soul transparent. It belonged to the lowest level of the complete martial spirit state. And before this martial spirit merged with his soul, it was only a remnant soul. But interestingly, the mountain river martial spirit could accommodate the strongest martial spirits, including the first stage of the out-of-body level. This showed how terrifying it was. Moreover, the upgrade of the mountain river martial spirit was fundamentally different from other martial spirits. Every small increment of its level was divided into 10 levels. It was currently at the 9th level of the soul transparent body. In the past, the mountain river martial spirit's upgrade would increase along with the cultivation, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Ling Xiao had studied it before. The current mountain river martial spirit could be called a true martial spirit because its upgrade method was the same as most martial spirits. Basically, it could only be upgraded through the accumulation of experience through continuous battles or through medicine. Of course, for Ling Xiao, there was another way to upgrade the mountain river martial spirit, and that was devouring and fusion. This might be related to the characteristics of the mountain river martial spirit itself. When other martial spirits entered, it could make the mountain river world produce new things, and at the same time, replenish the energy for the mountain river martial spirit to upgrade. The importance of martial spirits increased the further one progressed. It was said that the jade grade martial arts above the gold grade were basically created according to martial spirits, so the martial spirits were more useful in battle. Although Ling Xiao couldn't confirm this matter now, he believed that it wouldn't be too far away. Therefore, the upgrade of martial spirits was still more important. Back to the main topic. Although Ling Xiao couldn't analyze the martial arts of the two people, this wasn't his purpose for watching this battle. He purely wanted to get closer to the battle of these absolute experts. At this distance, The huge body of the three-headed tiger was even more obvious. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its huge body stretched across the sky. Its feet stepped on black clouds, and it looked very powerful. Every time it breathed, the sky would tremble and the clouds would tumble. Ling Xiao didn't know if this was the original body of the evil beast Demon King, but just this huge body and terrifying strength made him dispel the idea of subduing it. He couldn't touch an expert of this level at the moment. If he didn't want to die, it was better to cultivate steadily. It wouldn't be too late to think about this when his strength was close. On the other side, although the woman's figure wasn't tall, she looked very gentle and beautiful, and her body was curvaceous and very perfect. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't particularly care about her beauty. He was more concerned about the full moon behind the woman. He had never seen or even heard of such a martial spirit before. Using the moon as a martial spirit, was this still a human? This woman was wearing a long blue dress, which was very eye-catching. It wrapped around her perfect body, highlighting her figure. In her hand was a long sword that flickered with blue light. It was shining in all directions, and one could tell at a glance that it wasn't an ordinary item. Her hair was also blue. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, as if the blue gem had been cut into thin strands. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly because the water blue true essence had completely wrapped around her. However, that dreamy and hazy feeling made people look forward to it even more. She stood thousands of meters in the air, stepping on auspicious clouds, just like a fairy. Chapter 468. The woman's ability was probably something that no one could do except for the top Grotto Heaven realm experts. After all, celestial realm experts only had the knowledge to increase the distance they could glide. It was impossible for them to stand in the air. This woman was mysterious and noble, making people want to get close to and worship her. She didn't seem like a human, but an immortal. She was a god. Wasn't she the Desperation Tower's leader? Although this woman had the same aura as the Desperation Tower's leader, her temperament was completely different. The Desperation Tower's leader was a decisive woman. Her martial soul couldn't be so noble and graceful. It was probably something with a murderous aura. Who was this person? Was there such a terrifying existence in the Yuehua school? Stupid woman, you actually dared to enter the 1,000 Ghost Forest alone. Fine, this king needs a large amount of profound qi to recover his strength. Today, you will become the material for this king to recover his strength. Ha 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 ha. In the sky, the battle between the two sides paused for a moment. It was estimated that the probing was over. Both sides knew the other's strength, so they started to play psychological warfare. Sure enough, the evil beast Demon King's words confirmed Ling Zhao's speculation. The reason why a large number of warriors disappeared in the 1,000 Ghost Forest was because of the evil beast Demon King. This guy had really harmed a lot of people. Shameless boasting. The woman's red lips opened slightly. Her voice was like a beautiful melody, making people feel very comfortable. She was obviously angry, but it made people feel like they were enjoying it. It was really strange. Humph, when this king was all-powerful, you weren't even born yet. How dare you say that this king is shameless boasting? The evil beast, Demon King, snorted coldly. Of course, this king is virtuous. I really don't want to kill a talented girl like you. How about this? As long as you bring something to this king will not only not kill you, but also promise to leave the heavenly dragon continent after this matter is done. How shameless this guy was. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't as strong as these two, he could see that the evil beast Demon King suddenly said this because he didn't have full confidence in defeating the woman in front of him. Although he was slightly stronger than the other party, at most, he could only fight. If they really fought, he didn't have any helpers. That woman might not be the case. Oh, that's not bad. But what do you want? The woman asked. Obviously, no one had the confidence to win this battle. If they could drive the evil beast demon king out of the heavenly dragon continent, it could be considered a temporary victory. Great, this king needs at least 10 heavenly dipper spirit refining pills to recover my cultivation. If you can get them, this king can even give you some rare cultivation materials. Have you heard of the Earth Spirit Origin Stone? Evil Beast Demon King said with a smile. Earth Spirit, or you actually have divine stones that can only be produced occasionally in dragon veins that are filled with spiritual energy, and you're willing to give it to me? The woman seemed a little surprised and couldn't help but ask. Master, what is this Tiangang's spirit refining pill? Ling Xiao asked Yuan Venerate. Good stuff. That's a yellow-grade elixir. Anyway, I've never heard of any alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent that can refine it. Yuan Venerate replied. Not even Old Hall Master Yang Danlin. He can't, but I can. But you also know that it's impossible for me to refine pills with my current body. Although the Earth Spirit Origin Stone is precious, it really can't compare to a Heaven Dipper spirit refining pill. Yuan Venerate shook his head. What exactly is this thing used for? Why does Evil Beast Demon King need it? The Heaven Dipper spirit refining pill has two functions. One is to strengthen the physical body, and the other is to strengthen the soul. Furthermore, the effects are amazing, Yuan Venerate replied. Presumably, Evil Beast Demon King must have obtained a very good body. However, he needs the Heaven Dipper spirit refining pill to perfectly fuse with it. Once he obtains this kind of elixir, he will be very powerful. It will be a disaster for the human race. I see. Ling Xiao had come into contact with the plague demon king before and knew how important a good body was to him. Evil Beast Demon King had not immediately attacked the Sky Dragon continent because he was afraid of the hidden experts of the Sky Dragon continent. On the other hand, it was probably because he was still unable to perfectly fuse with the body he was looking forward to. Without a perfect fusion, he would not be able to use his full cultivation. Once this fellow was able to perfectly fuse with the body, not only would his strength become even more terrifying, but his recovery speed would also increase greatly. When that happened, it would really be the end of the Sky Dragon continent and the entire mystic world. That woman probably won't agree to it. For some reason, Ling Xiao had such an intuition. Sure enough, the woman only smiled slightly, then shook her head and said, Heavenly Dipper Pill, Evil Beast Demon King, your thoughts are not bad, but it's a pity that you think too highly of yourself and others too stupid, don't you? You're not even tempted by the Earth Spirit Origin Stone? Evil Beast Demon King asked. The Earth Spirit Origin Stone is indeed precious. However, if I let you obtain the Heaven Dipper Spirit refining pill, I'm afraid I will also lose my life. The woman shook her head gently. Humph, woman, I am giving you a chance to live. Since you want to die, I can only fulfill your wish. Evil Beast Demon King's 3 tiger heads said at the same time. Do you want to make a move? Do you really think that you are invincible just because your cultivation has recovered to the Yin-Yang realm? The woman sneered, and the moonlight behind her surged. Originally, there was only a small ball of blue light, but it instantly forced back the Evil Beast Demon King's black light. Yin-Yang realm. Evil Beast Demon King's 3 tiger heads were shocked. You are actually in the Yin-Yang realm. How is that possible? There shouldn't be such a cultivation on the heavenly dragon continent. Whether it should exist or not is not up to you to decide. Evil Beast Demon King, since I have found you today, you must die unless you leave the heavenly dragon continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, your true demon empire brought too much pain to humans. Speaking of this, the woman's face turned cold and continued. How many families have been destroyed? How many people have been separated from their families? Such a tragedy must not be repeated. Ha 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 ha, with just you? I have been living in the 1,000 ghost forest for so long. Do you really think I have been wasting my time here? So, what if you are in the Inyang realm? You still have to die. Evil Beast Demon King laughed loudly. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? If I die because of you, I will not regret it. At this very moment, that seemingly delicate woman had a more domineering and courageous aura than a man. He raised his lily-white hand and casually waved the sword in his hand. A huge ray of light appeared in the sky. This ray of light was like a cloud in the sky. It was dozens of meters long and looked beautiful. However, it was very dangerous. No one would doubt its terrifying lethality, although it was only a ray of sword chi. Chapter 469. Humph, Yuehua school swordsmanship is indeed powerful, but this king is not to be trifled with. Looking at the huge sword chi that pierced through the air like a blue rainbow descending, the evil beast Demon King's 3 heads revealed ferocious expressions. He roared in a low voice, then opened one of his bloody mouths. A ball of black light quickly condensed, stirring up the surrounding energy. Even from a mile away, Ling Xiao could feel the blood and true essence in his body fly out of his body. The ball of light quickly grew larger and turned from black to blood red. When the energy condensed to the extreme, it instantly shot out. The terrifying energy vibrations made Ling Xiao, who was a mile away, feel the earth shake. It's too scary. Fortunately, I'm far away. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. Ling Xiao was glad that he wasn't so curious and didn't go closer to watch the battle. Otherwise, just the energy condensed by the evil beast Demon King just now would have sent him straight to hell. At this level of cultivation, it would probably be difficult to kill the other party. Ling Xiao had a feeling that after reaching the Inyang realm, the battle would become extremely intense, but the probability of death would decrease. This was because every cultivator had their own life-saving skills. If one didn't have overwhelming strength or special means, it would be too difficult to kill the other party. As long as a transcendent realm cultivator's heart or head was shattered, they would basically die. It was the same for celestial realm and grotto heaven realm cultivators. The defense of the heart and head would become stronger. After reaching the Inyang realm, any cultivator could probably regenerate from a drop of blood. Not to mention a shattered heart or head. Even if only a drop of blood essence was left, they could still be resurrected. This was the terrifying part of the Inyang realm. Ling Xiao could now regenerate broken limbs, but he didn't dare to try regenerating from a drop of blood. This was because he felt that the description of the heavenly dragon golden body was a bit too exaggerated. It was just a high-grade gold-grade martial art. How could it be as terrifying as regenerating from a drop of blood? There must be a price to pay. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao temporarily stopped cultivating the celestial dragon golden body. He planned to start cultivating again after he obtained the Dragon Emperor protection technique. He couldn't joke about his life. After all, the heavenly dragon golden body had been obtained from the secular world, so it definitely wouldn't be complete. There might even be a lot of missing content. Kid, don't even think about helping. You won't be able to help anyone in a battle of this level, no matter how smart you are. Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard, as he could sense Ling Xiao's concern for that woman. Master, Luo Yunyang, Luo, Luo Yunyang, Luo's voice, Luo with Luo with Luo. Ling Xiao really wanted to help that woman. After all, she was from the Yuehua sect and had a very familiar and friendly aura. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, she resembled the blue-clothed lady. he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. There shouldn't be a mistake. Both sides exchanged blows once again. In the sky, a huge sword chi whizzed toward the evil beast Demon King, accompanied by the sound of thunder, lightning, and wind. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, the red ball in the evil beast Demon King's mouth had also been spat out. The huge red ball was like a red sun in the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the plants within a radius of several hundred meters withered and fell silent. A large number of dire beasts died, tragically in this unexpected disaster. The red ball of blood seemed to be able to absorb the essence of all living things in the world. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao sensed danger before the two forces collided. He turned around and fled into the distance. The distance of 500 meters was still too close. When he was 3 miles away, the two types of energy finally collided in the sky. It didn't seem like two different attacks, but more like the collision of two huge meteorites. In an instant, heaven and earth shook and mountains collapsed. Boom, whoosh, crack. All sorts of sounds formed a doomsday symphony in the forest of 1,000 ghosts. Mudslides, floods, earthquakes, all sorts of natural disasters also occurred. Everything within a radius of 500 meters was destroyed. It was completely destroyed. There were no signs of life left. This was a battle between two powerhouses. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. After the two forces confronted each other in the sky, they all disappeared. Through this move, the two were actually evenly matched. However, this was only the beginning. The woman moved. The moonlight behind her radiated in all directions. In that instant, it was as if she had teleported. She easily appeared behind the evil beast Demon King. Then, the long sword in her hand pierced forward. The sword light flickered and actually pierced toward the evil beast Demon King's vital point. The evil beast Demon King's body was huge. He didn't have time to turn around, but there was no trace of panic on his 3 heads. It was as if everything was under his control. The sword was very fast, and the move was very simple, but the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. It wasn't inferior to the gorgeous sword chi from before at all. However, the long sword didn't stab into the evil beast Demon King's body. The 3-headed tiger's tail swung and whipped toward the woman with the force of thunder. If the woman stabbed out with this sword, then she would inevitably be seriously injured. She withdrew her sword and turned around. The woman decisively chose to give up. In a battle between powerhouses, every attack needed to be extremely cautious, because if you made the slightest mistake, the opponent could grasp your weakness and ruthlessly suppress you. Tiger roar thunder. In that instant, the evil beast Demon King turned his head and opened his mouth to roar at the woman. That sound actually condensed into a substantial true essence wave. Even Ling Xiao, who was 3 miles away, felt like thunder in his ears. His entire person was stunned for a moment, not to mention the woman, who was nearby. However, the woman skillfully raised her longsword. The moonlight behind her flickered and formed a shining round shield in front of her. Moonlight shield. Generally, this kind of defensive martial skill was used to resist physical attacks. But he didn't expect that this woman's moonlight shield could even block a sound attack. That sound wave hit the shield and then scattered, not causing the woman the slightest bit of damage. However, the evil beast Demon King's attack didn't stop. Of his 3 faces, one was angry, one was happy, and one was indifferent. So, one simply couldn't tell what he was thinking. The sound wave attack was ineffective. The 3-headed tiger opened its bloody maw and bit at the woman. Kacha! Faint cracks appeared on the moonlight shield. Pala! Finally, It completely shattered. In a direct confrontation, the woman was still slightly inferior. The evil beast Demon King seized this opportunity to launch a series of attacks.